I'm a very giving person. I give to people that, not that I have a lot, but I give whatever I have. And, if somebody's asking for food outside, I'll go buy them something. And, look, I'm very gracious that way. I mean, I was like, you don't hurt people like me. You know what I mean? You just don't do it.
I know
God protects
people,
us, too.
The people like that are like you're describing, they can close the door on you. You could if you mistreat them, the door gets closed and it stays closed. And are you like that? Because
like I'm the type that I'm as loving and as sweet as cake all day, but once I feel a betrayal, that's a done deal. That would be done. I mean, I would love it if he, told me where it was or gave it back to me, but I don't know if I'd ever be able to trust him again. He'd have to prove himself to me,
Well, why don't you do this? Check back with me in a couple of months, and let's see what happens if anything shows up in the cards then, okay?
Sure. So are we basically done, or do you have any time for us to quit something very quick?
I really need to get to one more call before I go off.
Okay, no problem then. So the Justice card is what's standing out the most.
And the Hierophant, yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So that's good.
Okay. So I will get back to you, and I'll find you on the web.
Great. Thanks for calling, and hang in there, because the cards show that you will get that balance back into your life. It feels really bad without it, but you'll get it. You'll get it back. And let's just shuffle up the cards, and we'll go to Arshea in Chicago.
Yes,
Hi, you're on with
Reverend
Elliot.
Right. Hello. How are you?
Hi. I'm doing well. How are you tonight? I didn't mangle your name, did I?
No, it's a bit of a tongue twister, but you got it right.
Good. What can I look at for you? I've got a few minutes left.
Okay. So I'm just going through a rough time overall, and there's a lot of anxiety and uncertainty around an upcoming relocation.
Mm-hmm.
So do you see anything in that direction? I am currently in Chicago, and I'm hoping to relocate to Boone. Is that happening?
First of all, I've got a card that means exactly that, literally and sometimes metaphorically, but it's about moving. It's the Six of Swords. I had that earlier for someone too. It's about getting from where you are to where you want to be. It's a mental thing about growth and becoming, but it also literally means making a move. But the important thing is it's moving from rough waters to calm waters. So the move will be good for you. The Empress is here. That tells me that you're the kind of person who makes things grow and makes things happen. So you'll be good there. I see, the interesting thing is, I see money in your future here. And money and happiness, I see. Now, I know they say money doesn't buy happiness, but, it can rent a good share of happiness, can't it? I've got 3 cards here all about money, and then the Ten of Cups, which is happiness. So are you relocating for better work, better job?
Yeah, actually, the thing is, I hope Six of Swords doesn't mean going all the way back to India. That's where I'm from.
No.
I hope it doesn't mean.
No. It means from where it means you're going to go to where you want to be.
Okay, because Six of Swords is usually over water, right?
Well, it's metaphorically on water, just to show that it's like going from a rough sea to a calm sea. That's what's more important. I don't take that so literally in that sense, because it shows someone in a boat. But in some decks,
how do we get clarity that are we going to Boone and not back to India? How do we get clarity on that?
How do you guarantee that you won't go back to India?
No, clarity. How do I get clarity that the move will be to Boone and not back to India?
Because this is about the Six of Swords is about your mind. It's about you. That's why some decks call that science. It's where you want to go. It's not going to be kicking you anywhere. If you want to go somewhere, that's where you're going to go. That's a card about somebody getting where she wants to go. So if you want to go to India, you'll go to India. If you don't, you won't. You
Right.
want to go to this other.
Okay, so it's
So that's
taking
the
me
main
where
thing,
I want to go.
Yes, and it's not about being subject to the it's not like it's a sailboat depending on the wind, because very deliberately that boat is being propelled by a person with a stick, and it's being pushed to where she wants it to go. Sometimes there's nothing wrong with throwing your oars overboard and seeing where life takes you, but you've got to be prepared to go wherever it happens. But you don't want to do that, and I don't blame you. Let me tell you this.
And how does
another
how does
card
the rest of the year? Yeah, tell me.
There's another card here, which is the Ten of Swords, which it means that the worst is over. That you've been through some rough times. The worst is over. It's one of those cards that people think means death. It doesn't. It means that the life threw its worst at you, and you're still here. You're gonna get up, and you're gonna be fine. So I think that you're making
going through the worst time of my life right now.
Well, hallelujah. That's because that means it's going to end, because not the life, the bad times. The Ten of Swords means that life threw its worst at you, and you're still here, and you can shake your fist at life because you say you're going to win, according to this. Because this is all these cards afterwards are very happy. You made up your mind to move for a specific reason, and it looks like you're going to get that specific reason, that you know what you're doing and it's going to work. I've got to run. I've only got about 30 seconds left, but I've got a very positive outcome here for you, okay?
Look, how does the rest of this year look?
The rest what?
How does the rest of this year look?
Oh, very good. The Ten of Cups is like perfected happiness. I've got to run. I'm running out of time. So the rest of this year looks great for you. And that's it, folks. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, which we're going to cut really close this time. So I won't give you any pithy, witty saying at the end, only that I sure look forward to seeing you next week. And I'll see you then. Bye-bye now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Universal Mechanic with Simon Stone. Simon Stone. Live from the universalmechanic.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Universal Mechanic
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world. Welcome to this show, The Universal Mechanic. I'm Simon Stone. I have my own website, universalmechanic.com. It's at the bottom of the show. Check me out, send me a message. But I'd like to get straight into it again, as I always like to do, and just talk about what's been happening, personal experiences, what's going on with energies and how to deal with them. And there's definitely been energy shifts, guys. The energy shifts, there's crescendoing, it's building up, up, up. We've been going through a lot of releasing and letting go. We've had karmic things towards the end of the last year. Some things, including on the personal experience, quite painful but valuable lessons. Coming out the other side, seeing the path, seeing what you need to do, and making those adjustments, guys. Making those adjustments, and we can all feel that things are changing. We can all feel, something just fallen off the wall there, thanks, Spirit. Things are happening. Things are changing, and like I said, we're crescendoing up. We've got the new moon coming on the 9th, and then on the 10th, we got the Chinese New Year, the year of the dragon, the wood dragon. You know, there's a lot of powerful manifestations, energies that are building, and let's create that sort of energy. Start believing in it. So using the dragons as an example, you know, a very lucky animal, you know, determined, that gives you lots of protection, love, can catapult you forward. So feel that, feel lucky, feel like the change, feel the energy coming in into your own aura, into your own energies, and you start believing in your life and what it is you have to do. You just know what it is you have to do, and you just get on with it, and you feel light and love and give everything. And another thing we learn to remove and worry about what other people are going to say or do or how they think, and we have no responsibility for that. The only responsibility we can have is to ourselves and become the best version of ourselves. We may also rumble and stumble and make mistakes and, you know, and cross people's lines and create things and red flags, but then that's when you trigger yourself and you go away, you learn about yourself, you grow in yourself, and you find that level of peace, you find that level of energy of peace. You suddenly let go of things, and you finally understand where you're going with things, and you have a sense of understanding and a sense of peace. You may still have hurdles to get over, you may still have a journey to take, but suddenly that journey becomes easier because you become strong in yourself and where you're going with it. So I don't know where that came from today, so if it resonates with you, please take it with you, but understand it's you that creates the world around you, it's you that creates the life that you lead. However, I've got Sharon on the line from Washington State. Are you there, Sharon?
Hello.
How are you doing?
Good.
Are you a spiritual lady? Do you enjoy it as a hobby, or is it something you actually practice in?
I'm very spiritual, and I'm trying to work up my psychic abilities.
I understand.
I have a lot of creative hobbies.
Would you understand, Sharon, as you're talking there and I'm reading your energy, I do feel a level of frustration within you. Like, it feels like your life isn't going forward either how you like or as fast as you would like. But it's almost like, it's like you having a question to spirit that you can't seem to understand, or a question about life in general or something. But I feel that there's a barrier in there, and then there's a question that's sort of deeply affecting you, if that makes sense, you know, on a spiritual and emotional level. Would that make sense to you?
Yes, that makes sense.
And it's almost like you've not come to a standstill, but it's almost like you feel that you're going to struggle to move forward until you get the answer to this.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? And it does. I feel like you've been rocked to the core, if that makes sense, almost down to your fundamental values. And it's almost brought on a sense of energy where you're questioning yourself and you're not understanding why. It's almost like you're saying to yourself, I've dealt with this before. Why am I having to deal with it again? I don't understand. Does that make sense to you?
Oh, yes.
Okay. I'll be honest with you, it's definitely a male that I'm linking to, a male energy. Hang on a second. I do feel that towards the end, that he had a lot of sickness and feeling quite nauseous towards the end, because I've just got a wave of nausea come over me. So I don't know if that's your energy, but I do feel like it's his. I do feel that there is a distance between you and him, even though I do feel that there's a father or at least a paternal grandfather sort of energy connected to you with him. But I do feel that there was a distance between you and him. And I don't necessarily mean geographical, but I feel spiritual, mentally and emotionally, you didn't always connect. There was a little bit of distance between you, but he's coming forward because he's trying to say that there's something what's happening to you where it's taking you down to the core, it's rocked you down to the core. It's almost like some fundamental programming in you in life in your early years is what needs to be repaired and fixed. Hence why something is creating you to question, so much, and it's rocked you so deeply, because there's something quite fundamental that wasn't quite right that I feel he's taking responsibility for. And in spirit, he's trying to say it's almost like he feels responsible for this and he wants to be here to try and repair it. But I feel also at the same time, on an upward note, he's saying it's almost like the worst is over. The worst of what has to happen and what needed to happen is over. And it's almost like from this weekend forward, things are going to start to look up, or you're going to feel that it's going to be hard to put into words, but you're going to feel that you suddenly understand what it was all about and why, and you've had your question answered and you understand things and you see things in a slightly different way. And as each day goes by, you'll feel stronger and stronger, happier and happier, more confident in what this dilemma is. I hope that helps, Sharon. Does that make sense?
Oh, yes. My dad died during COVID, and we weren't on speaking terms.
Okay. Well, he feels, I'm going to be honest with you, as you said that, he instantly made me feel that he wants to take ownership of that. He's saying, he said, I'm just going to give you the exact words he's given me. He's saying, I'm so sorry, baby. And he's making me cough now. So, yeah, I get that. I know it's him with the COVID and all that. He said, I'm so sorry, baby. He said, I was wrong because... He said, I'm not making an excuse. I was wrong because of what happened to him when I was a child. Okay?
Yeah, it makes sense.
And it goes back to what I was saying about programming and things that happen and things that, our parents or our loved ones do to us as children, even unintentionally. They can create a behavior, they can create a programming that in that moment that may be fine, but later on, years down our line, that programming, that behavior no longer serves us. And it's very difficult to remove that behavior or to recognize it, especially when it can be something that was put into us at such an early age. And I feel this is why something that's happened to you has rocked you to the core. This is because it goes so far back. Does that make sense?
Yes. There was a lot of sexual abuse.
Okay, I understand that.
Different family members.
I understand that, darling. Please, I'm not asking you to relive it. Please, you understand what I'm talking about. I feel that you're been going through a very deep and painful healing period of time. You've been questioning so much. And you've also they've just shown me that you've been releasing so much as well, and you can actually feel that. But they're also showing me you're questioning, are you doing the right thing? Is it working? Are you going the right way? And they want to come through emphatically and say, everything you're doing is what you should be doing. Does that make sense?
That's great. Yes.
Okay, I don't want to say too many details because obviously this is public, but you understand exactly what I'm talking about, don't you, my sweetheart?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right, and he's also saying, or I'm also being told, to say, cool, I've got a lady now pushing in. It's like she's very strong, and it's like very bounce, very energetic energy, very strong, and don't take no nonsense, and laughing and joking. And she's jumping in and saying, you need to remove the feelings of, you feel like you're, how can I be? It's a number of things. It's almost like you feel selfish, you feel not worthy, and you don't feel deserving of the healing that you're receiving at the moment. And the reason why I asked you at the beginning of the call, were you a spiritual person? Did you practice in it? Or blah, blah, blah. It's because you now are going to understand what I'm saying. You've had a lot of feeling and sentient feeling of spirit around you, especially in the last week or at least the last month. And you're questioning, is this really happening to me? Because you've been getting feelings of really quite positive, uplifting feelings, but you, as who you are as a person and how you've been, have been pushing it out and dismissing it because you've been feeling, that can't be for me, that I don't deserve that. And Spirit is saying, yes, you do deserve that. And yes, we will continue to keep doing that to you until you realize and accept that it's just our love for you and we're trying to lift you and heal you.
Oh, good. That's great.
So they want you to have that self-confidence that you're doing the right thing, darling. Whatever it is you're doing specifically, and again, I don't want to talk about it on public radio, but whatever it is you're doing specifically, you're doing the right thing. I'm also being told, are you considering about doing a trip away?
Yeah, I love to travel, yes.
Why do I see you doing a trip away, but I see you going up to the mountains? I don't know if it's the Rockies or anywhere else, but I see you up in mountains and I see snow and I see pine trees but I see that. Can you understand why I'm seeing that?
Oh, I live by snow and pine trees and like a little mountain. I live by there.
Okay. Do you... I don't know if this is just my own brain, to be perfectly fair to you, but I keep seeing someone skiing or walking out in the snow out into the wilderness or whatever, but it's almost as a way of connecting oneself and connecting to nature and Mother Nature and all of that kind of thing, and it does that person the power of good. So I don't know if you can relate to that as well.
Oh, yes. Me and my husband love to travel. And we're always thinking about what could be our next trip, but we love nature as well.
I definitely get that, and I feel that is what helps heal you as well, because I'm seeing, Mother Nature is a green goddess and all that, and she's around you, and I feel that you get a lot of energy directly up from the earth, directly from Mother Nature. That's why you can connect to nature and you can understand how it feels and so on and so forth.
Oh, I grow baby trees and I talk to them.
There you go. You connect to nature. You've got an amazing soul. You've got an amazing energy and an amazing nature. So trust in that. Trust in who you are and what you feel and what you do, because that's what you're meant to be.
Oh, nice. Yes.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes. I haven't been tending to my trees because it's been snowing.
Wow. Lovely. Well, this is what I'm saying. Once you truly believe in who you are and what you should be doing and what you're here for, and there's a confidence that comes with that, even when other people tell you otherwise, you just know inwardly, no, this is who I am. And I'm the best at who I am when I'm being me. And it's almost like you're having that revelation finally in your life. You're understanding who you are, and that's building a confidence in you. And in that, you're seeing the results in what you do. So when you talk to the trees and you connect with nature and you grow things, they grow, rich and green and luscious and proud, because you're connecting to them and giving them love. And that's who you are, whether that's nature, trees, animals, or even your fellow human. You have an amazing way of connecting. So understand that's why you feel, that's why you have these feelings, that's why you sometimes have knotted stomachs and, throats that feel like there's butterflies in them or heavy weights on your chest, because you feel energy. You can connect to things.
Oh, yeah, good. Yes, I do.
So just believe in yourself, Sharon. Trust that you have that connection to spirit. And it's not just about spirit and our past loved ones, but it's about the energy of the universe and how every living thing is all connected in some way. Have that belief, have that trust, and you will find you have access to so much knowledge, power, healing, love. It's an amazing thing to do.
Okay, thank you.
You're more than welcome, Sharon, and you take care. Right, I've got Erica in Manhattan, New York. Are you there, Erica?
Hi, yes I am.
Wow, love that. What a ball of energy you come in with. Hey, is that the New York energy, Erica?
No, that's a me energy.
That's just you energy, is it? I'm going to be honest with you, straight away, as you're talking about, I just get in my head, so I don't know how you can relate. I'm just going to give you what I get. I get like a fiery redhead, a warrior princess type energy and all that, but in a lovely way, And it's like, you really do.
So
you stand there in your own energy.
I do have red hair.
There you go, but you stand there in your own energy, you stand there in your own fire, and not in a bad way and not in a horrible way. You've got a real zest for life. You want to get out there. You don't see an obstacle as an obstacle. You just see it as a challenge to help you grow and move forward with life and everything else. So you've got all this energy within you and everything else. But instantly, as I'm talking, I've gone straight to my throat. So there's definitely an emotion around you and in you at the moment, and that's sort of knocking you slightly off your energy sort of equilibrium, as it were. You feel just slightly off balance with that, but you keep jumping into this fire side of you where you know who you are, and something keeps knocking you out of it. Would that make sense to you at the moment?
Absolutely.
First of all, I'm just getting the word straight away, Erica. I'm getting where's your strength in you, girl? There's a man here who was really a type of man that was more about geeing you up and supporting you and building you up. And instantly, I'm just getting this real sort of strong masculine voice just saying, come on, girl, where's the strength in you?
Yes. This is very new to me.
And you know exactly what he's talking about, don't you?
Yes, I do. I just recently started coming into my power. I struggled with a lot of addictions and PTSD and stuff. So sometimes
that's the fire in you, darling. That's the fire in you, Erica. I totally understand where you're getting, where you come from on that. And for years, that fire, that energy was so powerful, so strong. It spiked. It took you from one extreme to the other, from one end of the spectrum to the other. And then, like you say, you suddenly come to power, and you're learning how, or you're being forced to learn how to control it more than anything. And now suddenly you're realizing, hang on, I've got all this energy, I've got all this power, I've got all this strength. If I can control it, imagine what I can do if I point it in whatever direction I want to point it.
Right.
But also Put that to one side. The main part of this message, I've got to say, is this emotion part. And they're saying, come on, where your strength. I know what a male energy is, what's knocked you off your center, if that makes sense, right? And the energy.
Yes,
and I feel a sense of frustration from you because you're saying to yourself, how could I have let this happen?
Yes.
Yeah, and I can tell you exactly how it happened and why you let it happen. It's because you took your barriers down.
It's because I what?
You took your barriers down.
Oh, yeah.
Now, there's an add-on to that. Taking your barriers down wasn't the wrong thing to do.
Right.
You did not do anything wrong by taking your barriers down.
Mm-hmm.
You was being honest and true, and you took a leap of faith.
Mm-hmm.
That takes strength, that takes guts, that takes courage. However, okay, it may not have gone how you wanted, but you know what you've learned from that, yes?
Right.
As hard and painful as it is to admit to yourself, you know what you've had to learn from this, yes?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean the negative side of it.
Right.
Right. Now, did you go backwards in your life recently?
Yeah, well, I had a relapse about 3.5 weeks ago.
Right.
Yeah. And I just have so many things to catch up with, and I'm anxious about my finances.
I understand that. I'm just going to say, before we go on to the material side of life, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually, what did that relapse teach you 3 weeks ago? That you allowed somebody else's energy. You allowed somebody else's energy to affect and control you, yes?
Right.
And you had that epiphany.
True.
You suddenly realized, hang on, no, I control me.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense to you?
It does.
Yeah? Right.
Yeah.
Now, going on to the materialistic things, right? Life and energy in the universe and spirit can bring you the money, can bring you everything that you needed. But you know yourself, if they had brought that to you a couple of months ago, that extra financial help and abundance would have been used in the wrong way.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. Now you've had epiphany that you've had the psyche change that you needed, and you've realized the lesson that you've learned. You can now move forward knowing that when money comes your way, you will spend it in the correct way.
Yeah. That's
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So actually see this as a victory.
Okay. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I know it most probably don't feel like that to you because you're living it. It's directly personal to you. But we have to go through these emotional journeys, these emotional experiences to come out the other side to the point of, you know, when you know this, when you have that moment where you go, I get it now.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you?
It does. It does. I'm just not sure. I just got back into dancing and performing, and I'm just not quite sure if I should be looking for work or if I should just trust in the right timing that I'll find something when I need to find it and that'll come to me. That's been my challenge.
Well, again, as a link to you, first of all, don't be so hard on yourself. I know it's easy said than done. You're trying to live your life and you need money to live. I get that. So yes, I'm being told to look for work, but look for work that fulfills you. Don't just take any job that comes along if you can help it. Spirit are aware that They are working to bring you something. I do feel the dance is something that you will be very, very good at again, because now you've got this spiritual connection back again, or you feel that you've got this connection. It will help you with your creativity, and you will express it through dance and things like that, and that will help with your spiritual development and who you are.
Yeah.
Now, going back to you and this absolute massive ball of energy that you are, the biggest thing that they're telling me now, and they're getting serious because I feel the energy becoming serious, and they actually want you to do this. They want you every morning. The first thing you do in the morning when you get up and you go to the bathroom and you look at yourself in the mirror, I want you to look at yourself square in the mirror, in the eye, and tell yourself 3 times that I love who I am. And say those words, I love who I am. And then last thing at night, go to the bathroom, before you go to bed, look at yourself in the mirror again and say 3 times, I love who I am, and do that every day for 7 days. Because the Spirit are also saying to me, they need you and they want you, and you need to do this to learn to love who you are and let go of who you was. You are not that person anymore. And you need to release the cocoon, become this caterpillar, release the cocoon, and fly free as a butterfly.
Yes. Oh, that's so nice.
Do you understand what I'm saying, though, on a spiritual level? You need to release those mental, emotional, and spiritual burdens that you still carry around with you.
Right. Makes sense.
Do you understand?
I do.
You know that stuff that you go over and over and over in your head about, and some of it can be from years ago, and it's almost like they're telling me there's nothing more you can do about. Let it go. Love who you are and become the person who you wish to be.
Yeah.
That's all it takes, is the decision in ourselves to say, I want to be this person, and just in that moment become that person.
Yes.
You feel emotion. You feel, I get a lot of emotion, you feel a lot of energy, you feel other people's energy, and this is what can affect you sometimes, because you pick up other people's energy and it can knock left, right and centre and all the rest of it. And I don't know if there's anywhere near you, but if you can find a spiritual development circle or something anywhere near you, or something, or there's something online, you will learn how to read energy, how to separate what's yours and what's others, and it will help you calm you, help you learn how to calm your own energy.
Yes.
Okay, Eric.
That makes sense.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to cut this short. I always run out of time. I love talking to people, so please call in again or message me on my website or something, and I'll always answer any questions you've got, Erica. But please take care, look after yourself, and trust and believe in yourself.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome. You take care and always shine bright. And I'm just being told, always smile, because your smile brightens up every room that you enter.
Oh, thank you.
You take care.
I'm sorry, what was your website?
It's theuniversalmechanic.com, all one word.
Okay.
The Universal Mechanic.
Thank you.
You take care and look after yourself. And to everyone else that's watching tonight, once again, thank you ever so much for spending the time. I love you all. Be brave, make those manifestations, and have a massively good Chinese New Year. Take care.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. welcome.
Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Our Psychic Destiny show, where we're inviting callers to call in and we'll have a look at the cards. Here we've got a few cards here, and we've also got the ever-present crystal ball, which is here. And this one has got the citrine crystal in it, which you can see here all around the surface here of this particular crystal ball. Now, the citrine brings in prosperity and some wealth and opportunities, and that's what we all want, isn't it? We want a little bit of luck going our way. We want to combine that luck with some of our hard work and success. So it's really great to see the crystal ball coming into readings. It adds another dimension. It gives us an opportunity, really, to just reflect on loved ones that have passed over. We like to do that. And we also like to investigate what we can see really here, right into the center of the crystal ball. And that's what I'm here to do. I love it. I love reading with crystal ball and the cards, because we've got, something of everything for you. And we're going to have a look today at those newfound opportunities for you. And we're also going to invite Spirit in as well. And I do that process by just really concentrating onto a lovely image. We've got one behind us here, which is this fabulous sort of mountain range, a bit of snow. Well, we all like a bit of snow, don't we? And we can look at that image and look at the sky, look at the horizon on that skyline, and we've got that coppery colour in the mountain. We've got it in the crystal ball as well. And we can look at that scene and invite Spirit forward to say, okay, where are you? Where did you go? What happened? You're going to come and talk to us. So that's really special, and it's something that we'll be looking at today. As well as Spirit, of course, readings are all about you, all about what we're up to, what we're doing, how we're shaping our lives, who is important to us, and who also is going to be giving us the helping hand, the support we need, the love that we desire, and the friendship. That's the basis for all relationships, liking each other, being kind to each other, and helping each other out. And that's what we should all be doing. Now, we're in different times at the moment because we've got lots of astrological changes that are going on, and that's affecting everybody. But once we've reached past the 10th of February, we should all be looking for a very, very positive time. And this is because it's the change of planetary aspects that we can do nothing about. So it's a good time for all of us, and that's where we should be planning now and focusing on this really lovely opportunity that it is coming around for us. I'm taking one of these cards pretty much for all of us here, and we've got Amanda as well in White Oak, Texas. Hi there, Amanda. You're through to Eleanor Grace, and how are you today, Amanda?
Hello, how are you doing?
Hi.
I am wonderful today.
Oh, good. I've got a little bit of a throat. It's in England. It's in London. Everybody seems to have, a bit of a cold, stuffy nose, and not doing great, really. It's a bit like we feel that the snow is here. It's behind us. There's been a lot of snow in our country. So, Amanda, we're gonna have a lot of luck here in looking into your cards. I'm shuffling for you, And I'd like you just to say stop when you feel ready, and we'll take some, shall we, from the top? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Brilliant. Let's see what we've got coming through for you. Okay, so the first card here, you can see it, it's the Knight of Pentacles. This is all about your friends. I think more friends than anything else coming in to say sorry to you and to make some apologies that are absolutely necessary. They should have been said a while back. And here you have the Lovers, which is a great sense of opportunity to rekindle those affections, not just with your friends, but also lovers too, and family members and younger family members are going to be quite significant, quite important actually in the coming weeks. So there may be some birthdays that are on the horizon, family gatherings, but it's the youngsters that I think you're going to be focusing on. There's a new job here for you, Amanda, and I feel that you're walking away from something that is no longer of service to you. Is that correct? Are you sort of really transitioning now into a new beginning and a new start?
Yes, I'm in between that. Yes, I have been told forget that job and I just do a little part-time work. And so, yes, if another one is on the horizon, that'd be great.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. Because you're walking away here. You've drawn the Five of Cups, which, there we are, you can see it there. It's just going down those stairs that you might be able to see here if you look on screen. And you're walking down sort of, this is a Victorian image, so it's not you today. We're going back into the past. So, I tend to feel with you, this has happened before, and that you've sort of taken the punishment, if you like, but you don't deserve it. So you're a very kind soul who has been able to just oversee other people's errors of judgment and other people's mistakes, and you've taken them. But this is your time now, and you will be going into another phase where it's a new job. It's for you. It's not going to be because of somebody else that dictates to you. And that's a feeling that I think you have. And also you're going to enjoy more money. There's more money. Prosperity is with you. And I think it will be February that you really start to look, but March is when things are going to happen. It's a busy time as well. I just feel that sense with you, Amanda, that you've been over exerting yourself. Maybe it's Christmas and New Year and parties and responsibilities to other people, but there are still a lot of changes that are yet to really impact your life. But look at this now. We have the Sun card that's come in to give you hope, and that glorious hope and that happiness. Best card for you. And it's a happy time where you can relax, I think. I think you're going to relax. I think you're going to be really saying to yourself, okay, I'm good. I know that I've got things under control, and that you don't have to really rely upon other people's judgment calls or anything that other people are really going to bring to you. The Lovers is important as well for you, Amanda, because I feel that you're going to be reaching out with affection and offering lots more affection as well into not just relationships that are there at the moment, but it's about injecting new energy. And I think that there's people waiting to meet you and greet you. I've got a crowd of people here in front of you that I feel will be welcoming and holding out a few hands, maybe a few olive branches. But remember this apology that seems to be coming. Somebody needs to be saying, hey, I'm a bit sorry for what I said or what I did. Does that make sense to you? Do you feel as though, you've been a bit badly treated? Okay. Well, it's coming, and it will land with you as well. It is going to resonate, and you will feel quite relieved at that, but also having some emotion let go. You're just, okay, that's done. It doesn't take very much, and then you can move forward, and you're moving forward very quickly. I do have to say that. I've got a very bright car here in front of you as well. It's a new mode of transport, so it's very symbolic, but it's a goldeny colour, which gives you a lucky chance, I think. So it might not necessarily be a physical car, although I do see you stepping into something that's bright and shiny and very safe, I have to say. So there's no danger around you. But if you are interested in that symbolic sort of synesy, which is there, it is about you starting to take absolute control because you're the driver of the vehicle. And if you match that with actually buying a new vehicle, then it's double the power. And that's what you have in your favor for this year. It's sort of double that energy, double luck. Remember February the 10th, I think things will start to move for you much, much more quickly after then. And King of Cups. So very happy times here in a relationship as well. So relationships are going to be important, and you've got some choices there as well. So you don't have to stick with the tried and tested. You can afford to move forward. That's your decision. It's a point of free will that comes to you in February. So Amanda, does that ring true? Because there are these apologies and the lovers, new beginnings, and a sense of you wanting to be treated with affection and love and caring. So is that your bag at the moment? You want to get into that friendship area and maybe look at new options?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's going to happen because the King of Cups is coming in. It's the best yet. So don't lose hope. Don't lose faith. This is a person. It's a character, a real, tangible energy. And he's there for you. And he's standing right in front of you. And he will be very special. And I think that you deserve it. You know, you deserve to have this real sense of, yeah, everything's going to be okay. So I'm going to wish you well here, Amanda, because I feel that, you know, it's such a bright year for you. And you have some really bright times ahead. So keep your head up, and promises that you're making to yourself and perhaps that you've made to yourself a long time ago are now coming true. It's laws of cause and effect. So think positively, attract to you good times, good people. Don't look back, because the future is much better for you. Okay. Well, it's lovely to speak to you, and I'll speak again. Okay. Bye-bye. Now, I think we've got Erica on the line. Hello. Hi. You're through to Ellen.
Hello.
Hello. I think you might have been waiting for me. Well, thank you for your patience. It's always one of those, isn't it? One of those qualities.
To be on the line.
Oh, good. It's always good, isn't it? Because you've got that live connection. And I'm in London, and you're over the pond to me. So let's see what we can see. Shuffling cards. I'm just going to say the same thing to you here, Erica. Just say stop when you feel ready.
Okay. I didn't give you much of a chance.
Okay. There we are. Okay, Page of Pentacles. I think this is a son of yours. Do you have a son? Boy.
A what? No.
A boy. No. Okay. Now, this is a young man. Okay. It's a young man that's come through straight away in your first card. It has a sense of the past to me as well, this particular card. So it would have been somebody that was important to you, perhaps many years ago. Let's just leave that on one side for the moment, because I feel that that's perhaps more of a personal issue for you. Two of Wands is here, and this is about partnerships and you really getting your head together with what you want to achieve and what you want to do, particularly for this year. It's a big year. And I think that now is the time where prosperity is important for you, but not only that, it's about taking initiatives. Do you run a business? Is there a business background to you?
I do not, but I've been having many ideas of different things, different ways to be my boss.
You will be, and this is the year to do it. So all of those years that you've been thinking about being your own boss, being autonomous, this is the year now, because you've got the business aspect that is very, very strong in your reading. And it's not just about making money. It really isn't that. It's about being in charge and doing what you want to do when you want to do it. And that's a blessing, really, not being told what to do, not having to conform to what other people's expectations are of you. So this here is the card that you've drawn. Now, it's the card of the stag and a man running down a hill, and they're running as quickly as they possibly can. And it's about August time, right sort of towards the end of this summer. That's when everything takes off for you. So it's a timescale card, and you're thinking at the moment.
That sounds great.
Yeah, and that's when it's going to happen. Now, your ideas, lovers as well. This is fabulous, very creative and mature. So you're going to be entering into a very creative world, lots of people around you. And all of these creative images that I've got center around flowers and petals and aromas. So they're going to be important because I've seen lots of them. And there's also an opportunity.
Awesome.
Is that something that you're thinking of here, Erica?
Well, I'm just very drawn to flowers and my creativity. My creativity has definitely started to take off. I've been doing so much healing, and I've removed blocks that I had, and I'm just moving forward. And many ideas, lots of creative inspiration.
Well, water should be a part of this as well. So think about aromas and purification and water, because water's surrounding you at the moment. It's soothing and calming your energy, but it's also bringing in the perfumes, the aromas, and how you're going to start a business now. You've got this sort of lovely card here, just 7 of Cups. This is about taking risks and chances, but also not being frightened to really apply yourself. And that may well be in the face of adversity. So I think there's going to be some tricks and tumbles in the early start years. And that's going to be around March, April, May. But once you get to June, between June and August, I think you've got it crystallized and the hard work's done. You know what your product is going to be. Because I think it is a product. I don't think it's just healing, you know. I think you've got something tangible, physical, that you're then going to launch. So you want to be thinking.
Amazing.
Yeah, it is. You've got strength as well. So this is patience. Maybe it's something that you've lacked a little bit of, although I don't feel that in your energy. So let's look at it on a different axis, because it may be that you need to action things. And to do that, you need to have diligence rather than patience. So start to put things together, because you have got the tenacity to do that. You know, you're very able to make something wonderful. And you're being guided. Now, your mother is in spirit, isn't she? Because I feel the initial G around you and her.
My grandma. Yeah.
Okay. What was her name? Was it Gracie?
I have one that was named Gloria.
Ah, that's it, right? Because it's the G, and I did feel that sense of like, lots of music playing, like a big fanfare that she's come down from a long way. And you can see here in the background are those stormy clouds, but they're not. It's a wonderful colour hue in the sky, and that's where she seems to have come from. And I do have the sense of music playing and a big fanfare. So she's delighted to see you, but she's your guiding light because she holds a torch, and that's a torch of fire. So it's flame energy, it's fire energy. I'm just going to go back now. So she's guiding me here to this card, which is the young man that I talked about right at the beginning of your reading. And this is a young man that's standing next to her. So I feel that this was the spirit trying to talk to you, trying to come in. So she may have lost a child, may have lost a boy, a son. This is your grandmother. And the message there is that she's found him. Very excited. So there is that sort of sense of excitement. Now you're going to take some steps very soon. These steps are physical steps. So do you have steps down to your home? Is there 4 or 5 different steps? Yeah, to your home.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
There's a warning around those steps. You've got to be really careful because there's a period of, I don't know whether they're slippy or whether you just get distracted, but just watch your feet. Do not wear high heels on those steps.
That makes sense.
Those steps. Did you buy some recently?
Yeah.
Did you? I don't want you to wear them.
You know what it is I've had some misalignment in my body, and so I'm like usually in a lot of pain, and I'm like, that's one of the things I've been wanting to work on and heal, is because, my posture is a bit off.
Okay, all right. So that's why I'm picking up on that then. And the shoes with the stilettos, and please don't go anywhere near those steps. So that's coming from your grandmother, which is a lovely message, but it also is very relevant to you. But it's one of love that is being brought to you. Do you know who the boy is? Do you know who that male energy is from? Have you any idea?
I don't right now, but I could find out.
Yeah, you probably will. It's one of those things that when spirits appear in a reading, then you're meant to find out about that. And it might take just a minute, it might take a few weeks. It works that way. So the next card that you've got is the Fool here. It's one of energy and happiness, and really saying to you, let's have a look at your crystal too, that you've got to sort of start again. Go back to the beginning if you can. So think about times when you were mostly successful. Think about how you managed those times and what your state of mind was, because this is about you taking the initiative and being guided to take those steps. So we've got steps again here in the crystal. The creative energies are flowing. I feel that there's somebody quite important in your life that is going to make a difference, certainly from early spring. So whenever early spring falls, because all of the flowers are here, there's a ravine as well. There's a place that you will go to that does seem to be really very special. Maybe it's a place you've been to before, but it certainly has some memories for you. And I can see you thinking a lot, remembering family members who've passed over, a beautiful spot that you would really be able to celebrate who you are and celebrate your life. Do you like animals? I've got a couple of dogs that are here. Do they belong to you, or are they in spirit? Have we got?
I had 2 dogs that passed on.
Yeah. Well, they've come through because they're here. Because I've got them running around, running around in your crystal ball, and dogs as well.
Aww.
That's lovely, isn't it?
I love dogs.
They also represent true friends, a true heart and true friends in spirit. And I think this is now going to be reflected in your life, because I feel that there's true friends that are coming in, and that these are individuals like your dogs that sort of, they're a bit of a replacement energy. I know that may sound silly, but the love is there, you know, and your dogs are going to be bringing the love back. And do think about one more animal coming into your life, because I feel that there's a white dog, little white dog, that is going to be... Oh my gosh,
I've seen that in my meditation.
You have? Oh, well.
Yes.
It's just got to happen then, hasn't it? Because that white dog I've got here in your crystal ball, you have a white dog as well in your meditation. So I think it's a she. It's a she. It's not a he. It's a she. Little girl.
That's
the little
so
girl
exciting.
is coming. Yeah. Giving you that happiness, joy in your heart.
Yeah.
So there we have it.
Yes,
Erica,
that was
there's
great.
your reading. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, that's something to look forward to, definitely.
Well, it's looking forward to the future prospects, but it's also knowing that you're being guided and loved and thought about, remembered, and your dogs remember you. So I think they're bringing this lovely white little dog, this lovely girl to you, for you to look after. It's been a pleasure reading for you as well.
Oh, thank you so much. How exciting.
Best of luck to you. Okay then, guys. Well, I'm Eleanor Grace. It's been fabulous speaking to you today, even though I've got the croakiest voice ever. And I'll be back next week, and we'll have some more free readings with Moonstruck TV and A1R Psychic Radio. So join us then, same time, and have a great week. Bye for now. Bye.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Readings by Diane with Diane. Live at readingsbydiane.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Readings by Diane
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. This is Diane Jarecki at Readings by Diane, and thank you so much for joining me today. If you are following me here from my YouTube channel, thank you for being here to support me. I truly appreciate it. And if you are new to my work, today I am just going to introduce you to who I am and what I do. So I read tarot, Lenormand, and playing cards. I pretty much focus on the Tarot de Marseille system. So although I may switch out decks when I'm reading, it's all going to be within the same Tarot de Marseille, sticking with the traditional, because I do very traditional ancient cartomancy. I also read the Lenormand cards. If you're not familiar with those, this is a system that is very popular in Europe and came to the United States about 20 years ago. It started to really explode about 15 years ago, and I found it 10 years ago. I love this system because it's everyday symbols, things that we recognize and have associations with. And so it's very easy to understand what these images are telling us. And then the playing cards. This is the oldest system of cartomancy that there is. And I tend to, again, stick to very traditional, basic designs, although a little bit prettier and different most of the time. It's amazing how much information you can get from the patterns of just a regular deck of playing cards. And then I do sometimes, if I have time, I wrap up with an extra message for spirit, especially if that's asked for. And for that, I keep an oracle deck handy. This one is one that I read with very intuitively. Being from a coastal region up here in New England, I love these sea images. If you can't tell, that's pretty much a theme through at least a couple of the decks I've shown here. And so I read the cards in response to a question. So once a question is asked, I'm going to shuffle the cards. I will then tell you what I'm seeing in the cards. If you are watching this on video, you'll see me show you in the cards as I hold them up and explain what I'm seeing. So I will give a visual for those who are watching in a visual media. I'm very direct, although not like blunt to the point of hurting anybody. Okay, it's not my point here. So I'm not like rudely direct, but I am very straight and to the point, very honest about what I see in the cards. I always say, I'll tell you the truth, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and the beautiful, all of it. Okay. So I will be taking live callers and doing one free reading per show, because that's really all I'm going to have time for in a mini show, is one, live reading. And then if I do have a little free time, we'll either do that message from Spirit Wrap, or I'll talk a little bit more about some of the cards. I'll be choosing the system because I use my intuition for that. There are times I get things out of a particular deck that I might not get out of another one, and my intuition guides me. Sometimes I'll reach for one deck and be guided to use a different one. For example, recently I had a question where that happened. Whoops, trying to find the camera. And not doing a good job. Okay. So anyway, we'll get this in the camera. There we go. Where a question was asked about what somebody was doing with their money, and it came up for me, this coffin card in this deck. I could see that as kind of a bank vault, as somebody putting their money into safekeeping, hiding in an account or something where it was kind of locked away, whether that is like a money market or CD, but it was something vault-like. And I wouldn't have gotten that from any of the tarot cards or the playing cards. So I will feel into what deck and system I'm guided to. Some provide better answers to certain questions than others. And I do read on all types of questions. I mean, I've been reading tarot for over 20 years. My very first readings with both tarot and oracle, before I even knew anything about either one of them or even what they were for other people. So I have a long history of reading for others before I even became a professional reader. I'm very intuitive. I often pick up on hidden information, things that you didn't tell me, that I will be given that message, that history or energy of the situation. And that's how it works for me. A very strong intuition, that empathic connection. And I do feel it through the screen, over the internet, over the phone, if I do phone readings. I do have a website where you can reach out to me at www.dianejarecki.com. A Facebook, let me fix that, www.readingsbydiane.com. Sorry, first show, little nervous. And my Facebook page, Readings by Diane, and then also Readings by Diane YouTube channel. So you can reach out to me through any of those. I do content that is educational on my YouTube channel. That is a new YouTube channel for me, though I'm not new to YouTube. That is just a new one I've started in order to put out some more educational content around the cartomancy, and as I study them, numerology and astrology. And eventually I will be adding those readings into my services. Here, I may not be able to do them. It depends on whether or not I can get information in advance. That's going to be a ways off first before I start doing that for anybody. I'm in the study process for both. Have a lot to learn. So just a little bit of my background. I have been studying metaphysics since my teens. And I don't judge people. I've been through a lot. I've made a lot of mistakes. We all do, because we're all human. So we're all in the human condition. None of us are perfect. Another little fun fact, the Amish actually believe that only God is perfect and actually intentionally put mistakes into their work. So, spirit, God, that may be perfect. We humans are definitely not. So it's not my place to judge anybody. I'm a safe space. Private readings, obviously. Public, what you put out here is going to be on the air. So, that's up to you. So, I hope you will tune in every Tuesday from 3 to 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time and listen or watch and enjoy the show. And I look forward to reading for you. I welcome all questions, relationship, career, spiritual path. I offer guidance on any question that you have. So, I'm going to try to make this fun and educational, informational, and inspirational. And with that, I'm just offering you much love, much light, many, many blessings for now and for your future. Look forward to speaking to you, reading for you, and I hope you'll join me.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Understanding Spirit with Mary Shapano. Live from MaryVCircles.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Understanding Spirit
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another week of Understanding Spirit. If you ever see us coming on laughing, we've got a lovely producer with a wonderful sense of humour. And so sometimes we don't have time to stop laughing before we get on. However, hope you've all had a good week. I'm your host, Mary. We're going to do a 3-card pull. I've already done the cards just for time factor. So I've got 3 cards, and I just take a moment to tune in to whether you gravitate to the first, second, or third card. The first card is this one. Clearly you can see that, but it's about kinship. All right, this is about finding your soul tribe, finding the people that make you happy, that you connect with. So if you're feeling like, you know, you're not really understood at the moment or you're not happy, just, you know, find the people and just gravitate and spend time with the people who care about you, inspire you, and get you. I also got with this, if you've had a falling out with somebody or a group of people that in the past you got along really well with, you know, it's time now to make a reconnection, to reach out to them. Now, I should warn you that when Spirit are giving that advice, it's not always because everything's going to be amazing now. Sometimes if it's something that you keep thinking about, you need to have some closure. So, you know, but I see that, you know, if you've been held back and you have not felt like you can move forward, you know, any kind of movement and progress is good for you, good for your soul. So in any which way that it ends up, it's okay, but it is time to make that connection if that is a situation that has been going on with you. Otherwise, if it hasn't, just reconnect or just find people that make you happy and spend time with them. That's what Spirit want you to know. All right, the next card that came up was this one. It's come up as ancestors. Of course, that's our loved ones in spirit. And the message that I got for this card is that you have a lot of loved ones around you that are willing to assist you. So whether you're wanting to focus on your family or in a creative project or work or whatever, we always have family members, whether we knew them or not. All right, makes no difference, that have had skill set that, you know, we require at any given time. So you can ask for them to help you and just allow them to guide you. And I just keep getting for this card, look for the signs. So, you know, if you're, you know, looking, you've got bookwork to do, for example, you know, and you're thinking about it's all too hard, you know, maybe you've had somebody who's really good with maths and numbers, you know, in your family in the past, and you can ask them to assist you moving forward. You might find that people come to you that know a good accountant or a bookkeeper or whatever, all right? But, you know, just don't, whatever you're doing, don't lose. So you'll get what you want, just don't lose sight of everything else around you, all right? Don't just stay focused on one thing, okay? The next card that I got, the third card, if you've gravitated to this card, if you've been thinking about taking up some kind of creative project, you know, cooking, music, you know, playing an instrument, whatever, you know, that looks like, you know, do it. Don't be nervous about it. You, Spirit is saying you can get somebody who's like-minded, who, you know, a friend, a family member, maybe your partner, who may be interested in having a go as well. Just to get you going, because if you're in a different group where you don't know anyone, just don't be nervous or scared about it. You know, if it makes you happy, just go for it. I'm just being told now's the time. If you want to develop a new skill set, now is the time to do that. Okay. So I hope that resonates with all of you. I think I've got rid of some of my cards here. I think I've got Stephanie on the phone. Stephanie, are you there?
Hi, yes, I am.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How can I help you today, Stephanie?
I was just calling in. I was actually speaking with my friend about some stuff that she had never told me before, and then I got a message from the radio, you know, to get a call, and I just thought it was just meant to be. So I requested a call, and I'm on the phone. So I'm kind of here to just see whoever comes in and what message there is, because I feel like there's something trying to come in.
Yeah. Okay. So you're after a mediumship reading?
Sure. Yes, that's what I'm used to. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's okay. Look, I do have a couple in spirit that have actually been with me, so I'm going to see if they are for you. This is an elderly couple. It could have been grandparents or great-grandparents. Now, whether you knew them or not makes no difference, all right, because they will still be connected to you. This couple struggled financially. Maybe under a recession, lost money. Does that make sense for you?
Yes.
Okay. Because I feel like they're coming in to give you messages as well about your finances. Can you relate to that?
Yes, for sure.
Okay. I'm also getting, even though they struggled, they were very good as a couple. They were very loving to the point where I felt like, deep down they would have been happy even if they passed away together.
Absolutely.
Okay. Good. All right. I feel like they love their family a lot, and they would give for their children, like, whether it was food, they give food to their children first before they had anything. Does
absolutely,
that make sense?
Yes. Sorry, my throat hurts. I'm sorry. Yes, absolutely.
No, that's okay. All right. Good. All right. I'm glad you can resonate with all of that. Now I'm going to see what their message is and how they've coming in to assist you. Okay.
Okay.
Are you looking to go into a different job or a new career of some type?
A different what? I'm sorry, or a new career?
A new job or a new career?
I'm like in limbo with that. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, because they're showing me that you do have choices, but I just see like you're looking around and you don't see anything. Like you're not seeing your choices, okay? They want you, the reason they're stepping forward is that they want to avoid you having the kind of financial problems that they had. All right?
Gotcha.
They're saying just go with your passion, right? They're saying write 3 things down that you love to do, and then find jobs that are associated with that to the level of, I feel like there could be some study around this, and it's to the level that you want to study. So nobody's saying go and get like a degree or something to be a doctor or something, but you may have an interest in working and assisting in a medical clinic, for example. So whatever it is that you gravitate to, go with that. I do feel that you love to fuss over people and help people, and I just heard the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So I feel like, I would say that many people in your family are like that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I just see you, have you ever thought about doing nursing?
Nursing?
Yeah.
I love old people.
Yeah.
My grandparents raised, and they both passed, so that's them. And I'm very passionate. Anytime I see an elderly person, I'm always just, with their gross, anything out and about. It's just it's saddening. So I struggle with that.
Yeah. I come from a Greek background as well, Stephanie. So I definitely understand the culture. Anything that is helping, because I just keep being shown elderly people with you, right? And you're just pushing them along in a wheelchair, so if you've thought about that, look and see what kind of career, if it's working with in aged care. So just see what the level of study is or what your qualifications are that you need to do that. I'm also being shown, now I don't know if this is something you enjoy for yourself, but do you like getting your feet rubbed or massages, stuff like that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I think this is for you because they've just said to me, put your feet up and get like a foot massage or go get some reflexology or something on your feet.
Is that my grandma saying that or my grandpa? Either
both
way.
of them. Your grandmother and your grandfather as a couple come together. All right.
My boyfriend, I'm constantly making him rub my feet. So yes, they're probably like, make him rub it more.
Well, they're probably having a good laugh as well about it. They are blowing you kisses. They're not saying goodbye, but they are blowing you kisses, and they are telling you that they love you. I'll just see. We're nearly out of time, so I'll just see what other message they've got for you. They're just saying to tell you to be patient with your life and not to have too many expectations. It doesn't mean to have no expectations. It just means don't put yourself against the clock. All right? There is no time frame. It's just work it out at the speed and the level that works for you. Okay? And just do your research, and they're just showing me cooking, like a roast lamb or something. So I don't know if that's a favourite food of yours, but they're showing me roast lamb.
I just made chicken tonight and roasted it.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, there you go. So they're obviously with you and they're watching over you, all right? So just take care, and I hope their messages today assist you going forward.
All right, I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, Stephanie. Take care. All right. Goodbye, everybody. And it's another week of Understanding Spirit. See you next week. Bye.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live from BerniceBissonPsychic.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media.
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome, and it's Psychic Tuesday with Sweet Bee, and I gotta tell you, this last 7 days kind of flew by, and this last 48 hours, 72 hours have been kind of odd. Now, I have people who reach out and ask me questions, and I do. And I try, if I have time, to answer questions. Otherwise, I redirect those questions to my radio show or other sort of radio shows that I do. And I wanted to say I had 5 people reach out to me about their dreams yesterday. Literally, I was hiding out because Mondays are my day off. And I was hiding out and just staying home, doing home stuff, my favorite stuff. And 5 different people, all around the mother wound, women, daughters, sisters, things like that, that all came up in these dreams. And I found that really fascinating because if I think about some of the astrology going on right now, and there's lots of great astrology shows that you can tune into, and even on A1R, there's lots of great astrologers, but I'm going to give you the quick and dirty. So here's the quick and dirty. If this last 72 hours have felt kind of odd, we're in a massive shift that's really sort of arcing and peaking into the 26th of this month. But, the 9th, 12th to the 14th is pretty powerful around some of the stuff. And I'm going to talk about that as I get to each of the signs in a minute. But we've got Mercury trining and conjuncting with Pluto, And Pluto is revolutionary. Pluto is revolution. And Mercury is around communication and action and plans and those types of things. And this is the only time in our lifetime that this is all going to come into an exact. And we've got, on the other end of this, we've got a whole bunch of stuff going in Aquarius, between 19 and 21 degrees of Aquarius with that new moon coming in Aquarius. I'll come to that in a minute. We've also got fire energy opposite of Aquarius. We've got fire energy, and we've got the North Node in Aries coming to an exact with Chiron. And Chiron is an asteroid that is the wounded healer and vulnerability, your wounds, karmic closures, healing old wounds. Like, for instance, if you have patterns in how you handle your money, if you have patterns in how you handle conflict, how you handle relationships, there's going to be this revolutionary, there's going to be this news, this catalyst, these things that look at the wounds. And that is that Mercury-Pluto revolutionary energy, along with, which is all in Aquarius. And I got to tell you, half the solar system's like gathering in Aquarius right now for a little Aquarius stellium. So we got, 5 celestial bodies. We have Venus. We have Mars joining their 13th, 14th, going into Aquarian. We've got Mercury, we've got Pluto, we've got this new moon, huge reset button, some big stuff. We could see sudden changes in some of the conflicts we're seeing around the world, conversations, things like that coming up. And so we're going to see some sudden shifts in energy perspectives and even in our own lives. So think about that. Old wounds, healing, things that we need to move forward in and go into this new energy of Aquarius, which is coming on some pretty full blast right now. So we're going to see some great revelations, particularly this next 3 months. Maybe in AI, maybe in technology, on the health front, certainly with that Chiron, North Node, Aries energy. We'll see it in the health front as well. We could see some breakthroughs, breakups, and breakdowns. Yeah, I said it. All those three things going on. So let's get started at the top. Aries, boy, oh boy, this energy is right around your identity. So it's some big stuff for you guys. And the message for you is, beware of scandals, and that could be scandalous conversations, starting scandals, getting involved in scandals. Watch for how that Mercury Pluto conjunction kind of works for you there, because it could be some setbacks, maybe reversals in what people have said, maybe things that were in conversations have some breakdowns for you that you have to kind of get back to. But remember, any delays right now are advantageous to you there, Aries. And the reason I say that is because you're still on this wild and crazy ride of eclipses. I don't know. And that sun, moon, lunar axis and that north and south nodes. I mean, Aries, you've got some big healing wounds here. And so there's some big stuff there for you. Temperament will be your key word. Balance, harmonic, temper, your reactions to things. And that could be even getting super excited about things. Just try to keep yourself balanced a little bit there, because it's going to feel like a bit of a wild ride. Sorry, kids. Thanks, Aries. Now we got Tauruses. Oh yeah, Taurus. If I think of what that planet Uranus is building up into your birthday coming, it's some big stuff. So I pay attention to what's going on in this Aquarian energy, because Aquarian rules the planet Uranus. And so unexpected shifts of direction, your economy, things like that. And we get openings. So things opening for you, propositions, fertility, pregnancies, purifications. Old is no longer there. There's a big revolution and things for you that could come kind of unexpected. And it could come in, say, your house of relationships. It could come in even house of jobs, things that maybe needed some fresh energy, and even building into your birthday. So what feels like a dark day right now, I don't think is. I actually feel like come your birthday is a big reset or launch, and there's propositions. So possibilities, look at the possibilities. Dream about the possibilities, visualize, discuss the possibilities, and then things open up for you really beautifully going into your birthday and into the spring there, little Tauruses. All right. Gemini. You Geminis, if I think of any of the astral weather along with Aquarians and Libras, these are really key things for you in terms of your money and where money lay for you, how you treat money, how seriously you take money. How it's going to, and who you even compete with for money, right? And those competitions and things like that. So anything less than above board, you could be your own worst enemy. So don't try to make quick money. Don't get involved with any get-rich-quick schemes or any shady characters where at all your gut is like, I don't know. Anytime you're going, I don't know if I should get in business with them, it's now. You know what? It says, wait, don't make any moves to move ahead just yet. There could be old feelings hanging on right now. There could be some old things you're shifting your perspective through. So you're filtering your perspective through old ideas that I have to tell you might be overshadowing some of the decisions you're going to make over this next week, 2 weeks. And I got to say, just wait and watch because something, if it sounds too good to be true there, Gemini, I don't know. I feel like it just might be, and maybe it's a lesson, a pattern you need to break in maybe dig a bit deeper. Okay. All right. Cancerians. Oh, my little crab. All this energy finally exited out of Capricorn, and we're about to have Mars and Venus join because they've been there in Capricorn along with that Pluto energy, all about to go 0 degrees, which is on your house of partnership. So I don't know, this could be breaking free energy for you. This could be freedom. And I mean, you could still be with a long-term partner, but this could wind up with some freedoms. And if you've been in long-term relationships and there's any sort of like long-standing issues you're at an impasse in, this just could be the time where just goes, not happening. And the start of new and longer-term relationships in front of you as well, little crabs. So it feels pretty good there, but I feel like spearheading excitement, let the excitement build, let the excitement be generated. It could be around you being recognized in your reputation, your work. You're kind of reconstructing that. I feel like you might you might get new orders with work. You could get new directives, new directions, new things that feel kind of exciting, a bit like old blocks are being moved for you little crabs. So it feels like some nice energy there. And, you know, if you're in real estate, man, this is the time. Like, I feel like blocks are getting removed. And so that market could heat up kind of fast for little crabs. Okay, so let's go to Leo. Yes, Leo, you know, all this energy in Aquarius is your house of partnership. There's real power or power struggles there. And this could be around things you commit to and things maybe if you're in a long-term relationship, if you're those Leos with long-term relationships, what does your partner need? You might be doing great and going, you know, I know where I'm going, but my partner's really struggling, or that house of partnership is being really struggling, and it's going to take off for you there, Leo. So like putting partner first, things, maybe rearranging your schedule to put people first, partner first, and maybe putting people in your partner ahead. Maybe their goals come ahead of yours. There's things about that going on for you, Leos. And if you're partnerless at the moment, this is going to be an area that is transforming over this next 2 years in big ways for you guys. Now, Virgos, let's go to those Virgos, because we've also got all this energy that's going to build in Pisces at some point here. But your sixth house of your health, I want you to pay attention to your physical health, your nervous systems, how much work you take on, trying to, you know, reach out and please everybody. Be careful with that, Virgos. I feel like this isn't the time. This is the time to pull back, consolidate your own energy, be a little selfish, put yourself first in a few ways, and I think it would turn out quite well for you. I feel like you're going to need that. You'll feel revived. You'll feel like, especially once we get past that Pisces energy into around March 21st with that new Aries energy, you're going to feel a bit revived. Things around maybe feeling some remorse, some abandonment, maybe, you know, friends, people maybe letting you down, partners maybe really thinking about what do you really want here? And so this is going to be some big energy for Virgos in terms of deciding how they move forward with relationships, because I feel like they, you know, I just want something solid. That's all I keep hearing in my head. I just want something solid. So that shows up for Virgos. Libras, wow, you know, all this Aries healing partnership energy, you Libras, this is brand new energy, healing that partnership wound for you, and anything around your mother-father wounds, really healing all of this. And this could really lead you into moving in with people, selling properties, buying properties, making commitments to someone. That could include business partners, but this is some big stuff for you guys. Now, your stubbornness, your old ideas around relationship, how I want that idea of reciprocity to really come up for you guys. It's not us and them. This is about deciding around joining forces, possibly joining bank accounts, joining living quarters, making a move for people, relocating, reestablishing, renewing. So there's some of that energy, and be careful of energy vampires. That could also be that North Node, and saying no to people and having clear boundaries, Libra. Okay, Scorpios. Scorpio, wow, there's all this Aquarian energy, and then we've got all of this Aries energy, your sixth house as well, but health, how your fourth house of home and family, the health of family members, the care of people, decisions around the care, how people are cared for, including yourself, and maybe, you know, even having people coming to reconnect to heal past wounds. So there's some big stuff going on for you guys. Your heart is opening up. There could be proposals, propositions, you know, new lovers reaching out saying, hey there, Scorpio, how you doing? And reconnecting with all social circles and maybe neighborhoods and things like that. So it seems to come up pretty important. This is a time for Scorpios right now, though. Clean up your closet, start organizing your spring wardrobe, start thinking about reorganizing the bedroom, like those deep recesses of your house, and just getting ready for that beautiful spring energy. Sagittarians, you know, a lot around intimacy, sexuality, sex life, connecting up with people. So some big energy for my little Sages. And there's maybe a hunger to launch into something new, a hunger to connect in some of your hobbies. Really, you might have felt really distracted with work and wanting to just have some fun. And I just feel like going into the next couple of months, you're going to be really thinking about how to change your work, how to change your direction, how to launch into some new hobbies, getting back to things you really enjoyed, and maybe some travel spots that you've enjoyed, Sagittarius. Then if I think about Capricorns, wow, man, you've had all this energy transfer out of your sign. You're about to have Venus and Mars leave as well. You know, I just feel like it's moving to your second house of your cash flow, things you value, what you're valuing. It's some really powerful energy. You're healing some wounds about being valued and how you value things. So it's some big stuff for you guys in Capricorn that you could even look at being valued and having raises, promotions, extra money, having things come to you in big ways. Now, I'm going to go to Aquarians, and hey, Aquarian, it's all your energy. If I could even begin to tell you around your identity, this is like the start of new identity, new power, new opportunities, new jobs, new friends, new circles, things you value. And you have all of this energy going there, and it's some big reset buttons. I mean, it's been hundreds of years in the making, Aquarian. And I just feel like this is a real time for you to think about what you actually like, what you want, where you want to go with things, and what you want for the future. And it could be what no one else wants, but you don't know anyone an explanation for that, so don't worry about it. Now, we go to Pisces, and finally our Pisces, you know, boy, your big story really starts later this year, and you have all this Aquarius energy in your 12th house, and then you have all of this healing energy in your second house with Aries, that springtime energy. And I feel like healing health, nervous system, healing your internal demons, really your dream state could be very powerful, your psychic state. You could really just be like that butterfly, just kind of in that cocoon right now and about to launch out, and really with some fresh wings, fresh feelings, fresh, vibrations going on for you. So it's some powerful energy, my little Pisces. And even leading, so if you're feeling tired and sleepy and you just want to sleep and hang out at home, totally fine, because you're just in that rejuvenation stage for when you get to that later decant of your birthday, which is that springtime energy and that equinox time in the northern hemisphere. So it's some big stuff. Whew, that was big stuff. Wow. I could talk about astrology all day, but I'm going to run out of time in my show. And I want to just let you know your birthday is so important. Astrology, I love it. I could talk about it forever. And if you want to book an appointment with me, you can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. Let's get to a caller. I've got Chris in Florida. Hello, Chris.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. And you're bearing with me, listening to all my astrology. Where can I start to help you today?
Well, kind of at a crossroad. We want to kind of make changes in our lives. I personally do. I'm still wondering if I'm honestly with the right person. It's been challenging the last few years. Lost a family member, and just had a lot of upheaval. So I'm just looking forward to some smoother sailing, some direction, maybe new career, maybe something exciting that I've dreamt of, just different, I guess.
Okay, well, let's talk about some of this revolutionary energy you're craving. Let's start. What's the day and month of your birthday, Chris?
11/24.
Oh, you are my little Sagittarian. I'm not shocked by what you're asking, only because since 2019, there's been really restrictive energy where you've really just had to deal with the hard facts and the realities of life. And so it's sounding like with those losses, there's a man in my head I keep seeing when you said that, but there's somebody still with some health issues that could be on the tail end of you still might be dealing with even into this year. But come your birthday, this year in 2024, you're going to feel maybe some freedoms from what has felt like lots of obligations. You're going to feel like you'll have the time to actually pay attention to a new career or new direction. I don't know that that's been a real possibility in the last 18 months, because there would have been a lot of having to meet other people's needs and feeling like it could have just been going from one sort of bit of chaos to the other. Now, you mentioned a partner and you weren't sure. Do you mind just sharing their day and month of their birthday?
8/14.
8/14 is what I heard. So a Leo?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And so there's pieces for both you and the Leo. You have to come onto the same page about what presence and intimacy and shared things look like. There might be some different languages of love or different ways of connecting to each other that I feel like there's a disconnect. And the disconnect could be around, so Sages can be quite romantic, you know, they can be quite, they're kind of thoughtful about anniversary dates or special ways to treat partners special. They love sort of this sometimes even that bit of the storybook or that very sort of thoughtful kind of romantic energy. And Leos can come in, although big-hearted, they can be gregarious and generous, but they can kind of at times maybe bowl over or miss the point, miss the mark. But I feel like if I talk about this spring, there's a decision point in your relation. There's a decision point in your relationship this spring. And it could be about how it moves forward. I feel like they keep telling me, particularly around the 23rd or that third week in April, stuff around how your relationship is really moving forward with the Leo commitments around maybe house where you live, sharing responsibility is going to come up around that conversation. Okay. Okay. In terms of your work and your career, and you talked about really wanting a shift. Now, it's funny because in your voice, I did not hear job, like looking for something more bigger, more meaningful than just job.
I never consider what I did as a career a job. A job is something you don't like, in my opinion. So for me, it was, and I've done probably 25, 26 different things in my life. So a lot.
So if I think about...
Do I go back? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, my head spins is what I was going to say.
Oh, okay. So if I can go back to I kind of had this little piece at the beginning. If you get to go back, listen to the recording about Sagittarians, because it's about finding yourself within, I call them hobbies, but they're not. It's passions. Like Sages love the discovery, philosophy, creative process, anything that has a bit of logic to it, even like music, dance, movement, books, words, food, nutrition, health, language, wellness are all kind of things around Sagittarians. They love travel, but they actually love discovery, like it could be short trips, it could be just, or long trips, but it's that whole piece around discovery. Or even the craftsmanship of things, like this would be a good time to really even explore nutrition, wellness, foraging, foods, medicines, herbs, herbology, things that of the world of earth, of earthly things that you might find some interest in that. You might find that in terms of work, I almost feel like you're a bit of a practitioner in your own right. Like you're a bit of a medicine woman in your own right, like in helping people, and that anything where you can workshop, educate, share knowledge, wisdom, teachings, the how-tos of things like that would benefit you in a big way. And could even take on big avenues for you as well. This year, because you're communicating any wisdom, knowledge, things you're you're putting that into some pretty solid communication, like writing, whatever medias you use to communicate, seem to really take on a life of its own. And it feels like it's not just, mindless scrolling and posting stuff. You have a real message that you're sharing your wisdom, knowledge, teaching, telling, putting out there. So that feels pretty good. I'm going to just.
And I know that I'm on the right track. Thank you.
Oh, you are? I know. I feel like my Florida friend. I'm going to just keep talking for the next 5 minutes because I'm going to run out of time, and I'm just going to read you today. So you're my girl. And
okay, I'll take that.
Okay, so we've got a few more minutes. So I just want to keep we have 3 minutes. In my head, I'm being told here. So I want to say a couple of things. I feel like although you're in Florida, lovely Florida, there's something bringing you more north in the coasts. That could even be up to towards New York, towards more northern coasts. There's something that you might even know about within, I'm going to say, even by the summertime, July, August, where there could be some travel that brings you certainly at least a day's drive more north towards New York area. And then there's something where you get to go to, I'm going to say Nashville or Carolinas as well. There's another bit of travel there that seems to pop up in this next 10 months or so for you as well. You're going to find great peace and great energy in your house. You might even have the ability to create a working room, work in your house, work from your place, create a workspace in your place. That there's some really good energy around whatever you're creating from your home and your home atmosphere. It feels very positive.
Good. Okay.
And you have a teacher. You have somebody, for some reason, I keep thinking there's a certificate somewhere and you're going to maybe learn from someone you really admire. There could be a certificate course or being certified in. And I feel like that's really quite bountiful. That's really quite good. Whereas if you're the student, you're then the teacher,
Okay.
So that feels really positive. And there's, I don't know, I keep hearing therapy dog, therapies and four-leggeds. I feel like that whether it's, I don't know that I mean service dog. I feel like I mean therapy dog. That seems to show up somewhere around you. And also the need for therapies physically, and they keep bringing me to your joints, your limbs as well. So just to be mindful about that, Chris.
Okay.
And thank you. And thank you for tuning into my show. I hope it was helpful.
Oh, this is wonderful. It was. And honestly, I have launched a YouTube channel called Everything. We just haven't put anything up, but this is the confirmation I needed. So I know I need to move forward, and it will have everything on it that I know. I want to literally teach the world all the knowledge that I have.
With love, my sister, and I look forward to seeing your YouTube channel, and thank you for sharing. And thank you for tuning in to Psychic Tuesday with Sweet Bee, and we will see everyone in 7 days.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is astrology and psychic reading
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host, Lady D, for this segment. Hope you had a wonderful week ahead. So we have two major transits here this week with the planets. We do have a conjunction that's happening with Mercury and Pluto. So when we are dealing with Pluto, we could be dealing with an ending here or a bit of eruption that's coming up. We have Mercury, which is our communications or our thoughts. It's going to be in Aquarius. So this is going to affect perhaps people might be thinking about our freedoms, our independence, our humanitarian, so, being caring of others. It also can be rebellion. So it could be a bit of an uplift or some sort of uprising or protest might be seen. It could be a war of words, or it could be the fact that you don't want to talk to someone anymore, that you want to step back from someone as well. This may bring a little bit of conflict with this transit that's coming up here. We may see some sort of conflict around the world when we're looking at, so this is happening Sunday and Monday. So this could be coming up. I've also got here Venus square Chiron, also with the nodes. And by the end of the week, Mars is going to be squaring in this square as well. So this can be exposing certain wounds. We're dealing with Chiron. We're dealing with I call it our emotional pain. We've got here Venus, which is about our love. It's also our money. So with that, could be coming up with our money, our relationships here. We've also, and with Mars, so this can be a revealing of an old wound or something, that issue that's been sort of plaguing us, and that this could be sort of exposed. We also could be looking at our destiny, our path, like what our purpose is. So these sort of things will be coming up with these transits. We do have some positive. We do have most of the week, sort of Wednesday, Thursday, or New Wednesday. We've got a try with Venus and Jupiter, which is going to help us through these harder transits. Plus, we've got a sextile with Jupiter and Saturn, which is also helping us be more resilient, helping us to get through certain issues that are coming up around us. I feel like with this, it's going to be about if people are holding things that they need to let go of and they don't want to let go, so they're sort of holding on. I feel like it could be a sort of war of words or certain reactions. So be mindful, be careful of certain reactions of people that are having. It could also be like big judgmental, so about holding sort of judgments too about other people. I feel like this could be easily like led into a trap, or if it's too good to be true, like just sort of maybe just check everything, read things first. I feel like there could be certain traps coming up. I feel like it's very good to look at certain details of things, very good about detail this week. It could even be a sense of emotionally withdrawn, because when we're dealing with Aquarius energy, we are dealing with a sign there's not a lot of emotion with Aquarius. They don't get phased by too much, and it's about oh, okay, they're not very emotional, they detach themselves. So this could be bringing up sort of issues like a detachment, or maybe you're going to detach yourself from certain issues that are going to come up around you as well for this week. We do have so we still will have a lot of Piscean energy here. We will have coming up here for this week. We will have January, February. Let's just see what we've got coming up. What we've got coming up for this week ahead with the energies are. So we do have a lot of got a lot of Capricorn energy. We've got Mars there and Venus in Capricorn. We've got the Aquarian. So all the zodiac, it's very heavy. All the planets are sort of on one side. So We're going to add a balance here with the zodiac, with what's going on. We've also got coming up, I feel like just this week, just be careful. So we'll get to a caller now. So we've got here Liz, who's in Green Bay, in USA, Wisconsin. So hi, Liz, how can I help you today?
Hi, I'm just wondering, are these negative narcissists gonna back off for a little while so I can do what I gotta do?
So I missed that first part. So you want to know if there's someone around you, a bit of a narcissist, you want them to know if they'll back off? Is that what you're asking?
Kind of. I unfortunately have a few narcissists that keep trying to take my shine, or, I have different goals. I want to go back to school and stuff like that, and they're just making it difficult.
Okay. All right. Let's just see what I get for you. Okay. I feel like there's something here you're holding on. It's like you're holding on to, like you want to close the door, but there's still like a sense of holding on, or there's people are holding on to you. I feel like that there's one person here. I feel like you might have to get some extra help into dealing with them, whether it be professional or like a law enforcement. I just feel like I do see you handing paper over. So to me, that might be, you might having to get with one, I feel like with one person, you may have to look at getting some sort of outside help. So when I see that, that could mean like, we call it here ABO, or just something to, that's the word I'm looking for, to say, you need to stay away from this person, to them, to you. I also feel like, though, this will end for you. I'm going to say by the end of the year, you are a lot stronger than what you are at the moment. And I do feel like that you are able to sort of break away from these people who are very negative in your life, who are causing you to stress and causing you a lot of, like, I feel like they're just making things difficult for you and where you want to go, because I feel like they're putting road bumps in your path so that you can't get to where you want to go. But I feel like by the end of the year, you've outgrown these people and you're able to be strong enough to be able to move on from them. So a lot of people are using your networks. There is someone new coming in here. I do feel like there is love around you or coming in here. There is someone new. These cards are really standing out to me. So that card to me is about someone new coming into your life. And I just feel like something about like a love relationships also coming in around you. I feel like that could be coming in around September or by the end of the year. There's someone new. And I feel like this person, there's a sense of freedom or being free with them. I feel like that they're more like they're there to stay. They're very like on solid ground. They're very grounded. I feel like there's a thing about trust with them. I also feel like that for you, there's about like in April, some sort of like getaway, like some sort of retreat or a weekend, like a girls' night, or just like I see like a getaway in like a big house around there's like a lake or woods there. I feel like I'm going around April. So I feel like there needs to be some sort of like holiday or just like a weekend, something away. So I do feel like that. I feel like you just need like a time out to catch your breath again, and to like start fresh, start over. I also getting this card here which says new job, and it's also that new job is also standing out at me. So I also feel like there could be some sort of career prospects opening up for you as well. Something that you really want to do, something that's like in your heart or that you really want to do, feel like it's like meaningful to you. I just feel like there's that's like a step up here with your work. It's like you're very busy, but you need to catch your breath as well.
Yeah,
I feel like I just feel like with the people that you've got around you, with these that are just bugging you at the moment, it's like you just need to avoid them, need to stop talking to them. I just see them like calling your phone. It's like you just need to stop answering the phone, because I feel like the more you feed into this or the more that you answer and talk, it's like it's just you're feeding these people. So I feel like you need to somehow like cut there needs to be a tie cut or just cut them off, and that to me like blocking them or not answering certain calls or make there's rules, set ground rules like I got to call you these times or on your time, like this is the time you can call me or just. But I kind of feel like break ties altogether. That's what I kind of feel.
Okay.
For you. But I do feel like there's a sense of like happy times coming up, especially when we get to the end of the year, because it's like you're bouncing back and you're being more resilient and you're gaining your strength and you're being stronger. You're very kind, and I feel like you have very kind words to say about other people. I feel like that you get very hurt easily as well. So I feel people take disadvantage of you. It's like pull the rug from underneath you, and you don't see it coming sometimes.
Yes, most definitely.
Yeah. So I feel like you just got to like take care of yourself and just take care of your heart. That's what I want to say. But I do feel like there's there is a change that's coming up. I do see here. I feel like there could be like you're going to see maybe even yourself, someone that you can talk to just to unravel things and just debrief with. So whether it be like a counselor or some sort of therapist or a friend, I just feel like here there's like someone here who you're going to be able to talk to and just like debrief and just unravel things that's going on around you. I feel like that's also coming in. I feel like that's very soon that you're doing that with. There's a lot of new connections here to be made around you. I feel like you're on the verge of something like bigger than where you've been. It's like you've been last year, you sort of been stuck, but now you're ready to move forward and you're ready to sort of put yourself forward and project yourself out there too. That's coming up. Do you have any other questions?
No, you got me dead on, really. And I like that advice.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your time. Love and light.
That's okay. Love and light to you too. That's okay. So this week we are facing our fears this week. We're facing a lot of things coming up here with the planets. I feel like this week may be intense, that it's good, to be strong. We know we can get through anything that comes our way, because if we couldn't get through it, it wouldn't be in our path. That's something to always remember. But if you want to connect with me, you can. Contact me on my website. It's Lady D Psychic Parties, and my Facebook page is the same. My Instagram and TikTok is Lady D a Psychic, and my YouTube is Lady D or Danielle Psychic if you can't find it under Lady D. Thank you, and I'll see you again same time, same place next week. So bye for now.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insights with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourished.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I'm your host, Andrea Bacon, and I hope you're all having a good day or evening whenever you're listening, and I hope you're having a good week so far, because this week was looking pretty good energetically. I was tuning into the energy, seeing about what messages wanted to come through for us today, and it's pretty overall positive. I've been picking up on this collective energy about this high vibrational, love is in the air right now type of vibe. It kind of just raises the energy, and when it also allows things to kind of unfold in a timely manner. So, you know, your goals, your manifestations, things that you're wanting to come in, there's like a support of, if no other reason than just this higher vibration around. Not to say that I know that there's a lot going on in the world, but just, you know, astrologically and everything, there's a lot of support for us. So it's good to be focusing on peace, inner peace, restoration, you know, restoring your energy, as well as making time to connect in with your guides and angels to have that connection and being able to tune into your, you know, your next steps and any messages they want to bring through. But there's this overall strong message about relationships and healing relationships or healing ones from the past, which is kind of talking about forgiveness, but it's also some of you might be healing with some people or just healing from some things that happened, you know, in the past. Some of you are going to be bringing in new relationships that are going to be leading to more commitment. You know, if that's something that you're wanting, something that you're looking for and that type of thing. But this is because, like, I feel a lot of people taking the time to focus on your own healing and your own well-being. And so that's when the forgiveness was coming up. Okay. And it's talking about releasing the burdens from pain, releasing, you know, maybe hurt and resentment that you may have experienced or been carrying from that past stuff that was, you know, could be harder, could be some traumatic stuff or just difficulties that you went through in a young age as well. But it's about you, not about the other person who hurt you, or not necessarily letting them back into your life as either, unless that is right for you. But really what it's about is letting go and kind of seeing things from a perspective, a higher perspective of healing and a lot of releasing. You know, it's simply about putting burdens down from the past, letting that go, letting go of the past. And what it's doing is actually freeing up your energy, freeing up your time, your mental energy, so that you can bring in that commitment, if that's, you know, what you're wanting, or it does open the door for healing if that's what you're wanting. It's freeing up that energy. And there might be a few slight little things just to continue to work on when, you know, as far as this type of energy goes. So just seeing yourself in this beautiful bubble of light that is healing, possibly being around water and using that as a tool for releasing and cleansing, and a way to help let things go and allow things to be, and to really connect into that piece, because this is, like I said, really kind of a great time for bringing in more love, bringing in a more happiness and more peace, and healing from some things that you may have been carrying around. So that is, a really good message. And for some of you, if you're wanting to have that loving relationship coming in, that is what is going to really be able to help you do that and create prosperity in your life. So, okay, now we're going to go to a caller. Tiffany?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. So, what would you like to talk about today?
Kind of anything, career, health, relationship, family, anything.
Okay, let's see what's coming through here. I'm picking up on like this fiery energy, like in a good way, like transformative energy. I don't know if you're a fire sign, but I'm picking up on this, a lot of transformation for you right now. And I actually pulled the 10 of Cups for you, which is, it's talking about a lot of like your wish fulfillment, especially when it comes to matters of the home, matters of the heart, family relationships. Like there's, I don't know, I'm seeing a rainbow. I don't know if rainbow is significant to you or not, but they're showing me a rainbow and like cups pouring, like you have this cup that's just being filled. So it feels like a very abundant, loving time for you right now. There's some things that you may not be seeing, or in the past you weren't seeing them with relationships that were maybe less than desirable. And now I'm seeing kind of that transforming and changing for you. And I've got also some of these cards that I just now pulled also are talking about fire signs. So I don't know if somebody, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius is significant, but that's coming up in your reading as well. So do you have any questions at all about anything?
Yeah, I don't know where the fire sign would be. I'm a Capricorn and my whole family is Scorpions. So
okay.
My kids and husband.
Okay. So like creativity and passion is also, goes along with all that as well. So there was some disruption at some point. Like there was something that didn't get started or didn't get off the ground at some point for you. And I'm just seeing like things were stalled. Things were like not really formed, like they were newly developed and not really had grown into, this full blooming, allowing it to flourish. And it feels like either create something creative, something having to do, could be with work, but it is, it feels like that is coming something transforming for you. So that it has to do with work. And so there's this energy of like cutting out some things that weren't really, weren't really desirable, you weren't really preferring to continue going on, and focusing more on the things that were going to bring you joy. Does that resonate at all for you?
Yeah, somewhat. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing about like health or anything.
Oh, did you? Okay, look, did you want to know about health? Okay, let me see if I can see. Oh, I am getting like resting and is really important when it comes to that, and not overdoing it. Knowing your limits as far as needing to incorporate more rest. Okay. Let's see what else I can pick up. I do see that things are going to be moving into calmer waters, and when it comes to that, the energy of like sorrow is coming through, from the past, that kind of may have set off a little bit of stress and, contributed to any concerns that you had about health. But I'm seeing things moving when it comes to that area. I'm seeing things moving in the right direction when it comes to that area. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, there's this transforming, like I was picking up before, this transformative energy is going to help bring in more stability for you when it comes to, the concerns that you have about that. Okay. Yeah, but I'm picking up on healing. I'm picking up on like stability mostly, but so it does look good. If you had concerns about that actually does look pretty good. Okay.
Well, that's great.
Thank you so much.
Okay, well, thanks so much.
All right, bye-bye. All right, everybody, that is going to do it for me, and I hope you have a wonderful week. If you want to get in touch with me, it's andrea.bacon444@gmail.com if you have any questions about any readings or any of my services. So thanks for joining us. Bye.
Network and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Maria Leggett's Medium Show with Maria Leggett. Live from MariaLeggett.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Maria Leggett's Medium Show
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Reverend Maria Leggett coming live to you from Dayton, Ohio on a different day and time. So it's very interesting to me. Normally I was on Wednesdays at 8:45, and I just changed my time slot to Tuesday afternoon. And so it's weird to be on here, and it's light outside for me. So I'm enjoying the light and all of things that it feels different. I spent big part of the day today changing the energy of my office, which is in here, and nobody, of course, you can't see it, but I put down a new area rug and I have a new desk, and it just feels light and clean and open. And so I'm grateful for this shift and change of energy on this amazing new day. We have a new season upon us. February 1st begins Imbolc, which is Brigade's Day or Brigade's Day, depending on how you choose to look at it. And it is the beginning, right? The Imbolc is the in-between time between Yule and Ostara, or between Christmas and Easter. So it marks a halfway point where the earth is starting to come back to life and things are starting to get a little bit warmer. Even though February tends to be the snowiest month of the year, it is just a sign that we are moving more towards what's going on and moving into the beautiful thing. So it's pretty cool, and I'm super excited about it, even though today in Dayton, Ohio, it snowed outside. So it was a little bit colder today than it has been for the last couple of days. We had this really nasty cold snap. And so metaphysically, what we want to talk about, and we want to think about what happens during this time. Winter is a time for us to go inward. It is a time for us to begin looking at ourselves and looking at, what do I need to know about myself? You know, in December 21st, which is what started Yule and the shadow season, we're being asked to go inside. What do we need to look at in ourselves? What do we need to do for self-care? You know, especially because we spent so much of the season spending money on everybody else and going out and doing things. We run ourselves ragged for one day. And now it's time for us to go within, go and look at ourselves. What is happening right now? What do we need to look at? What is important for us? And being able to go inside and look at these things and ask ourselves, what can we do for self-care? It's important that you find a way to do it. And it doesn't require a lot of money. You can sit and take a bath. You can take a shower by yourself. There are lots of different things that you can do in order to take care of yourself. Put on a coat, go take a walk. Small things, sit down, binge Netflix for a little while. So I want to say thank you to Catherine for joining the show today. How are you?
Hello. Thank you. I'm grateful to speak with you. How are you today?
I am wonderful. How's the weather in Denver?
You know, it's absolutely gorgeous today. Blue sky, sunshine, no snow. It's fantastic. Thank you for asking. My favorite.
Well, we got snow in Ohio, so we got your snow.
Oh, where in Ohio are you?
I'm near Dayton.
Okay, yeah. Nice. Well, yeah.
How can I help you today?
Oh, thank you. I am lost in a couple of manners. I got forced into early retirement for the job I was passionate about for 21 years, and now I'm unemployed, have been for a while, and I'm really scared. Like, I don't think I have any rent money for February. I'm scared about being homeless for February, even though I've been self-supported since I was 14 years old. First time in my life, I'm 45. I'm really scared about not having to be able to pay for rent for February. So I'm curious about my career path. I'm also curious about my relationship, the love of my life.
So one of the things that Spirit is talking to me about is they're showing me that it's really important for you to go within and find out what you really want to do. You have done things that have been enough to pay the bills, and it's always in this driving mode for, I have these things that I have to take care of. And they're showing it to me as though you've always done it with, with the goal of fix this, do that, but never looking at, what do I need? What do I want? Do you understand this?
Yes, I think so. I'm actually considering going back to school and a nursing degree.
Absolutely, because it's a way for you to find something that's going to make your heart happy. Because the very minute you said nursing school, I felt like this light popped up inside of my chest, and it was something that was different, allowing me to be of service to people and helping people with my, I want to say both with my hands and with my energy, being able to tell people, how are you today? And just being able to speak nicely to them and sharing love and energy with them in a time when they may not be feeling so well. Does that make sense?
Right. Oh, absolutely. I love that idea, like the spread of the vibration, the energy. Like I always think, like we're light carriers. So if I can shine my light on somebody else, they have light too.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. They show it to me as though what you were doing before would have been more behind the desk or behind the scenes, because I see you like behind something. And your energy, this might seem kind of weird to say, but it was as though your energy, your vibration was wasted behind the scenes. And so Spirit did something to purposely kick you forward and go, okay, go figure out what you want to do. And they show it to me as though you've kind of been wandering lost, trying to figure out, where do I go? What do I do? I don't know. And they're also showing it to me as though there's some fear around, what if I do this and I don't like it? And Spirit says very clearly, your guides are saying, Catherine, that if you don't do it, how are you going to know if you don't try?
Yeah.
Because
I can figure out the financial part so I can start,
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? So the financial part, you can apply for loans, you can ask for grants, especially when you're out of a job. There are ways that you can get through all of this, that we have sources that may be able to help you, but it's asking for the help. So being able to say, okay, I need help, I can't do this on my own, and asking for, what can the state subsidize? What can the government subsidize? What am I eligible for? And allowing yourself to receive the support instead of always just putting your head down and going and doing, allowing yourself to be open for what comes next. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. I like that. Just an open heart to embrace it, for sure. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Because they're showing it to me as though, you've always just kind of kept your head down and done your thing to keep going because it was what was expected. But you've never given yourself an opportunity to sit and think, what do I want? Because it's always been about survival. Does that make sense? It's always been about survival.
It does. Absolutely, because I've been brought back from death 3 times, from flatline 3 times. I have a genetic medical disorder. I've had multiple strokes, which is why I got fired or forced into retirement from my former job. So that makes sense. And I've never been suicidal in my life, but there have been days where I woke inconsequential whether I wake up or not. Never wanted to actively take my life, but I really didn't care if I was here or not. So that apathy is kind of, that makes sense to me. So having something that I'm passionate about would be so amazing. I was passionate about my career in aviation. I love being in the air, but this might be my next calling, the right calling for me now, just being able to care for people with my heart and my hands.
Absolutely, being able to do what you love to do in a different way, being able to support them. And they're showing it to me as though it's going to be easier for you and financially probably better to start out as different levels of nursing. I think they have like an STNA or something. I don't know all the different levels, but they're showing me to start out as one level and then move up to the next one. That way you can work while you're getting this one and then just keep going and make your stair steps up. And they also said that they want you to be open to, if you should find something else that you like along the way, use it as a stepping stone rather than saying, I have to go and be a registered nurse right away. Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely does.
And allowing yourself the openness and the leeway to not say this is what it has to be. And they're also showing it to me is that some of this is going to take you very much out of your comfort zone because there's a lot of unknown that's happening. And so Spirit says, we're just asking you to surrender to this process. Allow yourself to surrender. Allow yourself to just let go and say, okay, all right, God, all right, angels, here's the deal. I know you have got this. So here's what I need. I need, $1,000 to make rent. I need this. I need that. So how is all of this going to come? Does that make sense?
Offered up. It does. Well, traditional let go like God, right? There's so
yes,
hard
let go like God, exactly. And I don't know how you understand this, but they're also showing me that it may be beneficial for you to start talking to and finding out from someone, are you eligible for disability? To allow yourself to start receiving.
By the state. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. I have applied 4 times for Social Security and disability. I've been denied every time, even though I have a permanent brain injury, traumatic brain injury from one of the strokes.
Okay. But they just keep talking to me about disability. So it may be something that you can do later down the road again, because I know it does take a couple of times to get denied. But they're showing it to me as though they just want you to be open to things being better. They also want you to stop sitting in the, I don't know why this is happening. I don't know why this, and just let go and say it, and understand it doesn't matter why. What matters is what can I do to change this going forward so that I don't repeat the same things over and over again. Does that make sense?
Oh, it does. Yeah, it does.
Yeah. So
it makes me think maybe there's like scholarships or grants for people with disabilities, maybe,
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. And you can say that, this is what I have. This is what I've been diagnosed with. What about this? What about that? And just start asking those questions, Catherine, because if you don't ask for the help, you're not going to be able to receive it. But the most important thing is for you to be able to sit, whether it's in meditation, and just surrender to the process and let go of why is this happening? Why me? And say, okay, I'm ready to move forward, because that shift in vibration is going to be able to bring you what you're looking for so that you feel more comfortable knowing that you have this brand new road ahead of you and everything's going to shift and change and be much better for you. Does that make sense?
I loved it. I love the thought of it. I want to embrace that idea for sure. Yes. I don't know.
Thank you so much,
have a hard time sitting calmly with that. Oh, thank you so much, Reverend Maria. You've been a real gift to me today. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you have a wonderful day. So we thank Catherine for being on here, and I am so grateful to each and every one of you for joining me at my new time on Tuesdays at 4:30 p.m. Eastern. I am so grateful to all of you. If you would like a one-on-one reading with me, you can go to marialeggett.com, or you can go and play all the classes that I have available for purchase now. Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Psychic Path
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. I am Suzanne, and welcome to Psychic Pass. We are on A1R Psychic Radio tonight. I am so ready to do a reading tonight. I'm so sorry when I miss these shows. Sometimes I do, but I really love this being able to be on the show. Cambria.
Yes.
Hello. Did I just mess up your
Hello.
name?
How are you?
I'm
no,
good.
you pronounced it correctly.
Okay. I was like, oh, don't let me slaughter it. It looks so pretty. It sounds so pretty.
Thank you.
How are you tonight?
Thank you. I'm okay.
What can I help with tonight?
I kind of want to contact my great grandma. I have some questions.
Okay. Let me connect to your energy and then let me see who comes through, okay?
I know she comes through as a motherly figure.
What, did she live in Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Okay. The reason I said that is someone said that there was movement in the family. So I was trying to get her. Okay, so I think I'm connected to you. So a woman does come forward, and she seems very stern. There must be some tenderness, but she's kind of stern and very able. She just seems like a very able person. How can I put that? It's almost like she'll say, whatever you put your mind to, you can accomplish. She seems to live that.
Yes.
And I feel like she was highly intelligent. Like she could catch on really fast, read between the lines, almost psychic, I would say. So I think I have her. Did she have a sore arm? Because she's mentioning one of her arms are weak. Maybe you don't know.
I'm not sure. I know she had like arthritis, but I don't know about her arm.
Okay, so I think she's willing and ready to answer any questions you have.
My question is, is she seeing that I'm getting the help that I need right now?
She's either talking about a delay, there's a delay in it, or timing. Have you waited to get what you needed? Has there been bureaucracy? Because she's making me feel as if there's bureaucracy or some kind of waiting.
I did have to wait a while. I got them now, but I had to wait a while. I got the help that I need now.
Okay. Yes, she does. She is with you. She tells me you already know she's with you.
Yes, I do know she's with me.
Okay. Yes, she does. And from what she's saying, everything should go smoothly. smoothly, but also that there's going to be some kind of recuperation or something to that effect, or a rest or a recovery. And she's letting me know that something big is about to happen. Maybe big to you or big to her. But she's saying something is coming in as somewhat of an event, is what she's telling me.
Oh, wow. Okay. I have another question for her. My great uncle passed back in April of last year. I was wondering if he was with her at all.
Yes, he is. She had mentioned him to begin with, but I knew you didn't want to talk about somebody else. I had a feeling you didn't want to talk about somebody else. Did he have?
Does she happen to know? Sorry, go ahead.
I was seeing him, and he seems to have something that runs in the family. He's talking about it runs in the family. Something runs in the family. But no, go ahead. Ask your question.
What happened that he passed away?
What I was told is that it's something that runs in the family. It's a familial situation, and I feel like I think he was haphazard in getting help. Like sometimes he'd get help, and then sometimes he wouldn't. I feel like it has something to do. I'm getting it. I just get it's hereditary. But it feels like he passed away. He wasn't on point with the doctors or the medicine or taking care of himself. Some part of him was negligent, I'm being told too by him, in taking care of himself. It didn't have to become worse, but something was wearing on him. Something physically was wearing on him, is what I'm picking up. And he does seem to me to be not a very, very consistent person with stuff. Just not very consistent with taking care of himself. Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm here.
I don't think he went around telling people he had what was wrong. I think he tried to ignore it, and that's no way to be kind to yourself. But I feel like he had a lot more years to him. I think he was cut short. There's a feeling of not really finishing what he could have been or done, if you know what I mean.
Right. I know he did drugs when he was alive, so it makes sense that he was inconsistent.
Yeah, it just really feels like he was not someone to take it seriously, his health. And I think that's what got him. I feel like a wasting, what I feel. I don't know what it's called, but it feels like he just kind of wasted away. I don't know what else to describe it as. You know, letting himself go and letting things go. So yeah, I hope that I've answered your question.
Yes, thank you so much.
Is there anything else you would like to ask? I've got a few more minutes.
Where is he buried, or was he cremated? And if so, where?
I'm feeling he was cremated. Now, he didn't have a funeral. It doesn't seem like he had a funeral, but he was cremated. And I feel like everything you need is at the local coroner's office. But I feel like it was a very lonely affair. It feels like a lonely affair.
Yes,
but he is at peace.
He was alone.
He feels at peace.
I'm glad he's okay.
Yeah, he is at peace. I think he felt like it was the end, and it was time to go home. And so he's good. He's fine. And so is your grandmother. She's a hoot. She's like really talking her mind right now. And with him
goodness.
too. She really likes to express herself. Not that she's mean, but it feels like she's very to the point, is what she's doing.
Yes, she was.
She's saying enough of this now. Okay. So yes, thank you so much for letting me share with you tonight. And I hope that you have a wonderful week ahead.
Thank you.
Right.
You too.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Good night. Thank you, everyone, for watching, and thank you, everyone, for listening. And I'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side. It's Tuesday at 5 p.m. on the East Coast, and that means it's time for us to have another program here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Moonstruck TV, and Lightning Television, and a bunch of other places. You know, we're still the #1 psychic radio network on Earth, and we're delighted to have you as a listener today or watching us on YouTube. We always try to do something a little different here on our show, and I say we like to do fancy stuff. And so we have a fancy guest today that's going to be joining us, and I'll tell you a little bit about him in just a moment. But we are the show that tries to debunk the skeptics, and we try to let people know that there's other things out there besides the practical world or the empirical world. There's other things about energy that help us grow and help us make us better people. And today my special guest is J5, and he is a psychic healer. I'm going to let him speak for himself here in just a minute. But he is someone that travels around like I do and brings his gifts to different places. And he is one of the people that makes frequent appearances at Miracles of Joy. So I'd like to introduce him to you today. And how would you like for us to call you? Would you like for us to call you J5, or what would you like for us to do? Okay, we'll just call you J5. Okay, that's great. That's great. So J5, can you tell us a little bit about yourself? How did you become known as J5?
Yeah, and can you hear me?
Yeah, everything's perfect.
Okay. Because I muted myself so that you wouldn't hear any ambient noise while you're talking, but I guess it's off now. So, and by the way, these are not sunglasses. I get headaches if I look at screens, and so these are blue tint blockers. So sorry if it's reflecting the reflection, like I can see it. Yeah, it's kind of annoying, but yeah. So to answer your question, thank you. Yeah, the style statement. Yeah. So to answer your question. Many years ago, I used to play games pretty often, and to a degree, I do here and there, but not like I used to when I was younger. And so there was a movie called Short Circuit when I was a child, and it was one of my favorite movies of all times to watch. And if you're familiar with E.T., it was in that same, time frame period when that came out. And so Short Circuit was the other kind of extraterrestrial movie for kids back in those days. And I really resonated with the main character. His name was Johnny Five. He was a robot that was shot by lightning, and it brought him to life. And he became self-aware, and he wanted to explore Earth, as a sentient being. And then the military is trying to catch him, and he's avoiding the military. So, but yeah, so that character I often used as a gamer tag in games I played, and I never called myself like J5 or Johnny 5. It was a name that actually people called me, and I would show up to events or tournaments, and they'd say, "Hey, what's up, J5?" As short for my tag, and I was like, "Hey, what's up?" That's not my name, that's my gamer tag, but it kind of just stuck with me over the years, because it was time and time again people would just call me that, and I never really had an issue with it. And then fast forward to today, when I became an author, I decided to adopt that as my pen name or my pseudonym, because it was something that was so commonly called over the years.
Well, very good. Well, Well, so you're a gamer, but you also do healing work. Can you tell us a little bit about your healing work?
Yeah, so I have been healing professionally for the last 5 years. It started in Arkansas. My journey did anyways. And since then, I've kind of just traveled throughout the United States. I get calls and jobs throughout the United States. I haven't had any international ones yet, but some domestic ones that are out of state. Oftentimes, some people offer to fly me to the location, or if I'm bidding a job, I will include the flight in the bid, and or any kind of travel expenses that I'm going to incur for making such a long travel. My work revolves around. Are you hearing that ambient noise? Like there's people talking. Do you hear that? Or
we hear a little bit of it, but that's fine. Just keep going. We're doing it great. We only have less than 30 minutes, so we want to make sure that we get your stuff in. So
I didn't know if I needed to move.
Yeah, no, you're fine. You're fine, right? It just comes every once in a while.
Okay.
But your gift is about healing traumatic situations, or does it involve genetics, or what? How do you get that deep healing?
Yeah, so my work revolves around dissolving trauma within people's biofield. And so what that looks like is different for everyone. Some people it's abuse, some people it's PTSD from a car accident or witnessing a tragic event. I do focus on sexual abuse healing or being sex trafficked. My work, that's kind of something that I advertise very bluntly, is that I help people who are suffering from dysfunction related to being abused sexually or having been in that realm of sex trafficking. And I work with their spinal cord to dissolve that trauma so that their psyche can rebound to a healthier state. And what that entails is basically me. It's hands-on. So I work on people's spines and also work on core meridians, like their soles of their feet and also the center of their hands and top of the head. And I work with dissolving anomalies within their biofield. And some people also, I take spirits off them. Some people, when I look at them, they have spirits on them, and that's what's causing the dysfunction also. And, I guess it's commonly referred to as an exorcism, but yeah, I do those also. And it's similar to the movies, not quite as dramatic, but it's very similar. And I work with removing those spirits out of people's vessels also, which is causing dysfunction. So trauma also could be related to particular, like a spirit that's attached to you, but usually there's some sort of a window, right, of entry point, and that's generally tied to trauma in some way.
So do you have a special technique? Is it Reiki, or is it some other, do you have a name for the type of work that you do?
So no, not necessarily. I have no modality, nothing I could give a name to. When this all came online for me, it started, and basically I was meditating and I had an experience during meditation. I mean, it took a while. I tried meditating for a while. It didn't happen initially, but in 2019, I was studying Edgar Cayce, and his, if you don't know, he was a renowned clairvoyant. Sure. Okay. And also known as the prophet.
Cayce is.
Yeah. So I was copying his method, and this is prior. I was not spiritual at all, or I never had any really work in this realm at all. And so I was trying to figure out my life purpose, and I stumbled upon Edgar, and I was really intrigued by his work. So I studied his methods of meditation, and nothing happened for a very long time. But eventually, one time I did have an experience, and from that point forward, my life completely changed. And it's like something turned on or activated within me. And so from that point, I would start having dreams. And in these dreams, I saw myself working on people. And basically what I did was I started copying what I saw myself doing in dreams to people in this reality. And they were having these experiences. So it took me a while to figure out it was trauma, or either it was trauma or spirits being removed from people's vessels. Right. So I had to collect a lot of data and collect anecdotal evidence and testimonies from the people I worked on, because I didn't understand what they were experiencing. I thought maybe it was placebo or they were faking it. But time and time again, I come to find out, these are people having really live experiences and very real experiences, and they weren't making it up. And so these, I guess what you could say is basically it's alchemy. It's basically transmutation. And so if you want to give it a name, it's basically alchemy. I'm transferring energy already there, and I'm moving it to a different location.
Okay. Well, I have noticed even in my own practice, there are people coming out of the sex trafficking world, of course, mainly women, who are highly traumatized and very, very, they're very watching everything around them and trying to make sure that nobody knows who they are. A lot of times they change their name. They're very paranoid, I guess. But I don't do what you do, but I see it clairvoyantly, or I see what happens, and I'm of course appalled by it. But so is it mainly sexual trauma? Do you work with people that have like trauma from like a car accident, or maybe even servicemen or anything like that? Post-traumatic stress or anything?
Yeah. So I work with all realms and degrees of trauma. I just put an emphasis on like as far as advertising for my business. I let people know because it's hard for people in that demographic specifically to find help. And so I figured if I bluntly put it out there, people would come to me or in that have suffered from that. So they can, when they see me, they know that there is help available for them. Because some states don't even have really rehabilitation centers for people who have been involved in that, and you can't just really go back to normal ways of living in society, having that have happened to you. You have to go through a rehabilitation or many different therapies. And so, but yeah, I work with different demographics, right? So I've worked with a lot of veterans that suffer from PTSD. I work with a lot of obviously trauma victims of all sorts, mental abuse victims, people that are suffering from mental illnesses such as schizophrenia, bipolar, DID, borderline, all these different mental illnesses. In my experience, a lot of them just have spirits in the head that need to be taken out. And once they're taken out, that mental illness seems to dissipate or rebound to a healthier state, right? And so oh, go ahead.
Well, how many sessions do people normally get with you in order to see results?
So there's many layers to trauma, right? And so people will, I guess they'll have a significant, I guess they'll definitely get resolution in a significant amount in the first session, but there are layers to this, right? So, some people, just depending on the experience of trauma they've had in their life, may need multiple sessions, because with each session, the energy, right, or the anomaly attached in their biofield, it will get smaller and smaller, or as I like to say, dissolve with each session. So some people, it gets knocked out in the first session. Some that have, suffered through a great experience of trauma or abuse, they have, you could say the orb is bigger, and so they need more time, but the body will only release so much in one session. And so they do require multiple sessions, but they will see significant differences after the first session.
So when you are working with the client, do you see the problem clairvoyantly? Do you feel it, or how does it manifest itself to you?
Yes, so I see them in two different ways. So in 2021, after that eclipse in May, it flipped on a new site for me. So now when I look at people, I see most of their biofield. I see everything in their biofield that's attached to them. I see if they have spirits attached to them. I see anomalies. I see trauma. I see what looks sometimes like bugs attached to people. And I would say 80% of people I look at, even facilitators and other psychics, they have them on them also. And I can see that, and
you don't see them around me, do you?
No.
big bugs anywhere.
No. Well, I have to see you in person. I can't see it through.
Okay.
Through the camera systems. But yeah, I can see that now. I mean, prior to 2021, I couldn't see that stuff. So I do see it just when talking with people or consulting or doing consultation. I can see the issues and I can point them out to them, and it'll make sense. Like if I see something like a bug sucking on their energy on the right side of their body, they may have complete dysfunction on that side, right? And so when I say that, and I've never met them, I know nothing about them. They know I can't make that up because I can see it actually with my eyes that something's attached to them, sucking and draining their energy, and that's why there's dysfunction or pain or aching on that side of their body. And so I can work on that to dissolve that, so that basically transmute the bug out of the vessel, and dysfunction will seemingly just disappear.
Very interesting, yeah, because you're very unique in the type of healing that you do, because you hear a lot about Reiki and you hear a lot about other forms of energy healing, but the traumatic healing that you do is unique, and that's one of the reasons why I really wanted to do that, be on the program, because I wanted you, because it is unique, and we're just learning about psychic healing and psychic energy that can be used in so many other ways, generated by the human soul. And of course, you're gifted in that particular area, and so you discovered it as an adult, but you probably always had it. You just didn't know it. So you, what other information would you like to share? Now, you say you have to be with the person when you do the session. You can't do it online or remotely.
Correct. Yeah, correct. All my work is in person, and so that does require me to have to travel. So my business is primarily mobile. I'm like a mobile healer. So I travel all over the United States and work on people, and so that unfortunately, it can't. Essentially what I'm doing, like I told you, it's transmutation, right? But you haven't yet caught on and asked me, well, where are you transmuting the energy? So the energy, it has to be, for this particular work, to dissolve this type of energy, right? Trauma came in, it was transmuted in through, and so it all has to be transmuted out, through the same process. So the way it came in, it has to come out. So I transmute the trauma or the spirits into myself, and then later on I deal with it and I transmute it again through, I guess you could say, shamanistic practices. I work with plant medicines to purge out these energies into a bucket, right? And that's how I transmute them, right? And so that, and it doesn't really bother me. So, I know some people think that, well, doesn't that affect you? And I think because I've been doing it for so long, I can handle a large amount of these energies within myself, only so I can transmute them later on.
Wow. So you're not only a healer, but you accept the negativity that surrounds someone, and then you purge it. It, and you have your own techniques on purging. Did you learn this from anyone? Did you have a mentor, or is this a technique you developed on your own,
I wish I would have had a mentor. It would have made this a lot easier. It was very challenging for me. A lot of things didn't make sense. Even just the first year, I was tormented by spirits when I had my awakening, and oftentimes I was afraid to go to sleep at night. It was like being tortured every night. It's like I was being electrocuted every single night. And for a year, I couldn't figure out how to combat these entities or spirits, and seemingly no one else could see them, only me. And so no one else I could share the story with. No one, even other psychics, or no one really understood what I was going through. And so only through the struggle of dealing with these entities and spirits that did I learn how to combat them, and then share that information with people through books that I've written to teach people how to combat them. But generally, it was basically experience is how I figured all this out, and anecdotal evidence, working with people, hearing their testimonies. And that's how I figured these things out. And as far as like the plant medicine goes, or the medicine or the cleansing practices I use, those are all basically I learned just kind of through experience. Now, when I told you I didn't have the sight prior to 2021, when I developed the sight, I actually could see also whenever medicine is administered to myself, that something happens, like the medicine is intelligent. So I could see that the medicine was binding itself to energy, and that energy would come out. So when I could see that physically with my own eyes, then I adopted the medicine into my practice, because I actually wasn't a fan of any kind of plant medicine or tobacco.
It's not that other kind of medicine plant medicine that you smoke, is it?
No. So plant, like as far as tobacco, it's commonly used. Sage. Sage is used.
Sage. Okay.
You'll commonly see the like tobacco used in like ceremonies.
Oh, we lost your video. Are you there? Oh, well, we lost him. We're getting ready to ask him some more questions about his writing, because he had mentioned that he's written some books. And so it'd be interesting to find out where his books are available. The J5 is often at Miracles of Joy. And there he is. You're back. You did? Okay. Well, we don't have your video again, so you might want to try to turn on your camera one more time. But I can't hear you. Yeah, I can hear you yet. So can you hear me okay? No, I can't see you yet, but can you tell us a little, do what? I'm not able to see you, but can you tell us a little bit about the books that you've written? Oh.
I believe personally everyone can see the biofield, or at least start to see auras. And so I wrote a book teaching people how to develop that sight. And I share basically what I went through in my journey to get where I am now, just the beginning aspects of it. I don't give all the details, like, I don't say in there, like, I studied Edgar Cayce or something like that. Yeah. I give them basically, what I went through in that book. The second book is called Sleep Paralysis. That book.
Sleep Paralysis. Let me repeat those, because I'm not sure that you're broadcasting on the network. So the name of your first book is what?
Psychic Side.
Oh, Psychic Side?
Yeah.
Oh. That's a good name, the Psychic Side. So you wrote about the Psychic Side, which is about seeing auras and seeing that biofield. And then the second book is about seeing auras. No.
So that's all in one book.
Oh, that's all in one book.
Yeah, the second book is called Sleep Paralysis. That book gives clarity on the sleep paralysis phenomenon, and it teaches people how to prevent sleep paralysis from happening. And basically, it's like a book of defense to teach you how to defend yourself against these beings that you will encounter during sleep paralysis.
Very interesting. Yeah. You have a certain wavelength of or certain dimension, it seems like you work in, which is different than the ones that I work in. Now there you are. We got you back.
Oh, finally.
That's good. I'm glad that got you back. But no, that's another reason why I wanted you to be on the program, because the human experience is amazing. And so many people can have talents that they don't talk about, whether it's a psychic ability or a healing ability. And we need to know what people can do so we can understand it and maybe duplicate it within us, because we are fortunate to live in a time when there's a lot of growth. So, and that's why, this extraordinary gift that you have needs to be out there. So we only have a few minutes left, and I'd like for you to tell people where you travel, where you go, and what's coming up for you, if you don't mind. You mind doing that? And also your website.
Yeah, so my website is j5psychic.com. You can Google J5 Psychic. I'm actually indexed on Google as an author. So just Googling J5 Psychic, I already pop up on the algorithms. And I'm going to 2 more shows. Holistic. I think you'll be there too, John. Holistic Fair with Jason, Jason's Holistic Fair, and then I'll be at the Wellness Expo in Conroe. But after that, I won't be doing shows anymore for the rest of the year. I'm going to focus more on collaborations, working with people, and just as we talked about, in the beginning, the Year of the Dragon has changed some things. There's a lot of some things, like I had the whole year planned out to do certain events, and now it's kind of changed all of a sudden. I had no idea, and I didn't even know I'd be moving to Texas, and it happened, right? And so all these things these changes that are happening for the greater good, we don't quite understand right now, but a lot of things are changing, right? So. But next week, this week actually, I'll be in Arkansas. I'm booked in Arkansas. I have sessions out there. I'm also doing a ceremony out there. And as far as anything outside of that,
so you won't you're not going back to Miracles of Joy?
Well, Miracles of Joy has me there every Thursday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they have me every Thursday now. Now that I live in Texas, I'm there at Miracles of Joy every Thursday doing sessions. But then they also have me doing free healing events for people that can't afford my service. I do free healing events. Obviously, they're not going to get a full-on, hour session with me, but they still 10 minutes it can still be very significant to people that are suffering from dysfunction related to trauma. So
I've got to interrupt you. I got to interrupt you because we only have a few seconds left, and I got to plug Miracles of Joy. They're our sponsor. Okay. So I want to thank you for being on our program, and thank Miracles of Joy for being our sponsor. And please go to their website and their online store and use promo code PS0223 to buy a bunch of stuff on it. So they're just great. Go by their second location, which opens today, as a matter of fact. But thank you all for joining us here on the Psychic Side. I'm your host, John Capello, and please like me on Facebook. So until next week, so long. Bye-bye. Psychic Radio Network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psych with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome
to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall, Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast. What an interesting week it's been around the globe. You know, lots of activity going on in the Gaza and still lots of activity going on in Ukraine. And I mean, we can't forget how devastating that must be for the people that live in those regions and the people that have lost loved ones, and the continual battle for sort of just survival. It must be horrendous. So our hearts and our prayers go out to those people. And also the news in overnight that King Charles of England has got cancer. I mean, we wish him well. We hope he has a speedy recovery. You know, as we get older, we attract more sort of health conditions, and it just goes to show that, you know, it doesn't matter how much money you are or how important you are in the world, you can still be struck down by illness. So anyway, let's get on to more positive things like the card of the week this week. And it's a really nice card this week. It's called the Four of Pentacles. Now, the Four of Pentacles is money improvements. I can hear you all clapping your hands saying, wow, that's what I need is some money improvement. It can mean more money coming your way. It can also mean that, you know, you've got enough money there that you can hold on to it. You're sitting on it. You've got it sitting on your head, that maybe you just need to look around, that maybe you have more resources than what you've given yourself credit for. And sometimes I think that's the mistake that we all sort of make. We don't have enough cash in our hand or enough cash in the bank account, but we forget to look around us to see what resources we do have, or how many assets we might have, or how many skills that we have that we could turn into a money-making venture. So when this card comes out, I always look at it and I think, well, what else can I do? What else can I bring in to my daily regime or my weekly regime that might bring some money improvement? Am I sitting on an asset that I'm not using? Is there a skill that I've sort of put in the closet and haven't brought out for a while? Is it time to look at something? So look around, see what else you can do in your life to help you bring in more money and to sort of make your life feel much better than what it has done for a long time, by being able to bring in some more resources. Now, interestingly enough, this week on the astrological report, you're going to think that I'm really favouritising Aquarians and Capricorns. It's because the influence or the most of the planetary activity is actually sitting in those two signs. So when I go to talk about it, yes, it will directly relate to Aquarians, Libras, and Geminis, and the opposite sign of Leo. After that, it starts to sort of wash out a little bit. It's going to affect each and every one of the 12 signs, but it's those four in particular that will have the biggest bearing on the information that I'm about to share with you. It'll have the biggest influence on them. It doesn't mean it doesn't affect the rest of us. It just means it's a much more watered down approach, which is probably a good thing in some ways, because it is going to seem like it's quite intense. There's a lot of information to get through, and there's a lot of things that we need to be aware of in this next 7 days. So we need to really have our alert energy about us, that we need to make sure of what we're saying and who we're talking to, and making sure that our communication is extremely clear. And I think that's a message that each and every one of us can take on board, is that we need to make sure our communication is clear and we fully understand what we are trying to communicate with another person, and are they listening, do they comprehend, and do they understand, and make sure that there's no misunderstandings there as much as possible. So the sun is currently sitting in Aquarius at the moment, so happy birthday to all the Aquarians. But at the moment, you've got some really tricky sort of aspects in Aquarius that are sort of making life a little bit prickly at the moment. So the sun is actually square, or means it's at 90-degree right angle to Uranus, the planet of the of opportunity, unexpected things like the bolt of lightning, sitting in Taurus. So with the sun in Aquarius, you want to get out there and be the typical Aquarian, have it, bright and breezy, and not letting anybody see that anything upsets you, because you try and cover up your emotions, and you try and sort of come across as being an authority in most areas of life, whether you know the information or not. You always come across with great gusto and great confidence, and not letting anyone see that you don't really know what you're talking about. You sort of come across as this authority on many things, when most of the time you're not an authority on anything. You are on certain subjects, but not on everything. Nobody can be an authority on every subject in the world. But Aquarians do try to do that and try and give us that image that they do know what they're talking about. And there's nothing wrong with confidence, don't get me wrong. It's amazing. But sometimes we need to be able to be the bigger person and say, hang on a minute, look, this is my limited knowledge on this subject. You know, you may be able to chime in and add something to it, and together we can get a much clearer picture of everything that's going on. So it's really interesting at the moment with the square to Uranus. Uranus is the planet of the unusual and the unexpected happenings sitting in Taurus. So what it's telling us with it sitting in Taurus is the fact that it's looking at our personal finances. It's also looking at how we structure our world, the things that are important to us, the rules that we set that we live by. So it's sort of, in a sense, challenging that, or asking us to prove to yourself that, is this really what you want to be? Is this the rules that you want to live by? Or is it time to make some changes? Is it maybe outdated? Is it something that you thought up in haste that now you're sort of looking at, maybe not quite the way that I want to go about things, but I haven't got a better alternative yet. So for the moment, I'll leave it in place while I explore other opportunities. That's great. It's just asking you to be, as difficult as it is, to be a little bit more flexible. And it's always really difficult to be flexible when you're dealing with a square, because a square is something that sort of stops us in our tracks, that makes us sort of relook at everything, and it doesn't necessarily make it easy. And when you're dealing with two signs that are fixed by nature, that don't like change, that don't like to admit they're wrong, don't like to sort of go a different direction. Once the course is set, that's the one we stick with no matter what. They find it difficult to be flexible enough to say, maybe we need to make a modification here, maybe we need to make a change, maybe it's time to sort of go forward in a slightly different direction, maybe ask a few questions. It's not easy for you. So just be aware of that. For the other remaining 8 signs, that will sort of wash out over, it might be a little bit of friction there, but not as much as it's going to be for those 4 signs. So then we move on to Pluto. Now, Pluto is the planet of transformation. Now, he is conjunct or holding hands Mercury, the planet of communication, who is conjunct or holding hands the part of fortune. Now, the part of fortune is not a planet. It's part of the Arabian parts. It's where we look for opportunity in our life. So we've got Pluto here heading up the charge, asking us to completely transform the way that we look at things, asking us to duck under the covers, look under the crevices, look in the hidden areas of our lives to find out maybe what we need to start working on. Not necessarily are we going to bring it all to a completion phase yet, but it's the early stages of let's have a look. Let's have a good look around and sort of start to take some notes of what might need to change or what we need to work on. Now, this is connected with communication. So maybe we need to brush up on different ways of communicating or approaching something with someone, whether that be a personal situation or a business situation or a friendship or a family. Maybe we need to get a different form of approach of communication. Maybe the way that we used to handle things doesn't quite work now. Maybe we need a softer approach, a different approach. Maybe we need to show more interest in what they've got to say or their role in the situation, and then come in from another point of view saying, well, hang on a minute, this is how I see it, and maybe we can collaborate together. Now, with the fact that it's bringing in the part of fortune, it's saying that both parties in this situation can gain a lot out of this if we work together. But the thing is, with the Aquarian energy here, the Aquarian energy tries to be dominant. It tries to be the one that sort of says, okay, I'm right and you're wrong, and this is the only way we can do it, and sort of doesn't really allow for collaboration. So this is what the lesson here is with all these conjunctions, and it's like they're all sitting on top of each other. If you can imagine 3 people sitting on a bus seat that's only meant for 2, how squashy you sort of feel. Well, this is what this feels like with Pluto, Mercury, and the part of fortune. It's like we're trying to squash 3 people into a bus seat that only is supposed to take 2. And we've all got to try and get along. We've all got to try and respect and listen to the other person's point of view and try and accept it and understand it, and then come back with maybe a suggestion or something logical or some way that sort of says, okay, this is good. This is, we're making progress here. We're actually able to get ahead and sort of really sort of work towards being somebody that everybody wants to be around, that, together we can move mountains. But unfortunately, I think it's going to be quite tricky. It's going to require a lot of finesse. It's going to require a lot of patience. I'm not saying it's impossible, but be aware of that in this next 7 days, particularly connected with communications, particularly with things that might be very dear to your heart, things that you believe that you're just so absolutely right on, that sometimes we've got to leave the door open for maybe little tiny bit of change, or maybe a possible new way or a more improved way of looking at it to achieve our end results. So it's really important that you remain flexible. And I know this is very difficult for fixed signs. They don't like the word flexible. It's almost like a swear word to them. They know they're right. I'm right and I'm right and I'm right, and I'm just going to proceed and tell you I'm still right. And they don't like to be sort of challenged on anything, because they believe in their own universe that they are the only ones that's right and everybody else has got it wrong. I haven't met a person yet on the planet that can claim to me that every single area of their life, or every single time they've opened their mouth and made a statement, that they are completely right. We are human. We are flawed. We do need to be made as flexible as possible and take on board new ideas or look at new ways of doing things when they're presented. Not everything is going to be right, and not everything that we take on board or suggested by someone else is right either. But it's a matter of giving everything a little bit of airtime, looking at it and twisting it around and saying, yeah, well, that could work, or maybe it doesn't work for me, but it might work for you. And being a little bit more calm about everything and a little bit more flexible, instead of being very dogmatic and saying this is the only way things can work. And that's the worry here, that, you know, you can get so bogged down with your way's the only way, that nothing else can work, that we need to be sort of very aware of that. So we're going to move on to now the final part of the astrology this week, and I'm going to talk about Venus, the planet of love and affection, again is holding hands with Mars, the planet of action. Now, these are sitting in Capricorn. So we're now down to sort of two people wanting to sit on the bus seat, and there's only room for one. So we're really sort of squashed together here. So Venus is the planet of love and affection. Now, when I say love and affection, yes, it is where we look for love in our lives. Yes, it can be all of that, and, you know, the start of a new relationship and the sparkle in your eyes and, you know, can't get enough of them, and, you know, all your thoughts are consumed by thinking about that most amazing person that you've met. But it's also the things that we love to do, the things that we're passionate about, the things that put a smile on our face. And they're not always creative. Sometimes just watching a leaf blow down the street can put a smile on your face. And it's something that sort of takes you to a different place and time, where you sort of look at something and it brings back some fond memories, and you all of a sudden, you know, you've got a beautiful smile on your face and the world feels a lot brighter. So we've got Venus, the planet of love and affection, is conjunct or holding hands Mars, the planet of action. Now, Mars is the planet that makes us get out of bed every morning. It gives us the drive. It says, come on, get out of bed. You've got things to do. You've got places to go. You've got a life to live. So without Mars in our chart, we'd all be pretty lazy and would have no motivation to get up and achieve anything in our lives. With it sitting in Capricorn, this is going to affect the Capricorns, Virgos and Tauruses, followed by Cancer. Then it'll sort of wash over the other remaining signs. It won't be as strong. So you really need to be very careful how you approach new relationships. If somebody new comes into your life that could potentially be a new relationship or a new friendship or a new lover, then make sure that this person is exactly who you need them to be. Don't just get caught up in the excitement of the moment, that they seem bright and bubbly and full of energy and full of motivation. Make sure that you take the time to get to know them. Maybe this is a facade for somebody that is short-tempered, that, you know, throws a tantrum if they don't get their own way in the first 5 minutes. You know, you've got to make sure, because there's two sides to Mars. There's the positive side, but there's also the aggressive and the dominant sort of side. We have to know which part of Mars we're dealing with, and we all have a bit of both in us. We don't just have all of one and none of the other. We all have a combination of this. So I want you to make sure that if it is a new love relationship, that you take your time. You're not in a rush. You can take your time to get to know somebody, have some fun, go out on some dates, you know, ask lots of questions, find out what their favourite colour is, what they like to eat, how they handle things in a crisis. There's lots of different questions that you can ask and get to know somebody. It may very well be more so on the lines that it's something that you're passionate about, a new project that you're starting, that you've really got to have the passion and the drive to get it off the ground, and that's great. And this is where Mars kicks in behind that says, okay, I'll give you the determination, the stickability, get you up off the couch to make this happen. Now we've got to just keep seeing it through. You know, we've got to keep putting the intense energy in there. It's not going to happen unless we keep backing it up with more and more energy and more drive. And if that's the case, that's great. And with it being in Capricorn, it governs things like governments, big business, anything official in our lives. So if you're starting off a new passion project, this is the perfect time, particularly if you fall under those first 4 signs I said. That's where the energy is strongest. For the remaining 8 signs, it sort of washes away. It's nowhere near as strong. We're going to take our first caller, which is Tricia in Princeton in Illinois, USA. Are you there, Tricia? Oh, Tisha.
Yes, I am.
Sorry, I pronounced your name wrong. How can I help you today? Do you have a question I can answer for you, Tisha?
I was hoping to get a mediumship reading if possible.
Sweetie, it's really difficult in such a short space of time. If you've got a question, if they want to chime in from the other side, they will, and I'll give you everything I get. But it's easier for me if you just, tell me what it is that you want an answer to.
All right. I just recently moved, and I'm wondering if that was the right move and how my future looks.
Okay, that's a really interesting question, Tisha. And it's not necessarily something that, somebody from the other side would necessarily chime in on, because their role is to guide us. It's not necessarily to say, get the report card out and the red pen and either give us a tick or a cross. That's up to us. But what I can do is I can look into your soul and I can tell you that this was the right move, even though that you're sort of questioning it, you're sort of second-guessing yourself and saying, oh, maybe it was a bit premature. Did I do the right thing? Did I handle it the right way? Overall, what they're showing me is about 80% of this at the moment is right. The other 20% will sort of follow. I feel as if 2023 and 2022 were really emotional years for you. There was a lot of things there that you had to process and had to work through. And now I think that what that's done is taken a little bit of your confidence away with that sort of now this is why you're second guessing decisions that you're making and the move that you've made, and have I done the right thing, or was it too premature, was it this, was it that? I think you need to get back to when you made the decision, you felt it was the right decision at that time. Not necessarily the only decision you could make, but you felt it was the right decision. So that's what we have to go on. There's going to be more and more opportunities that are going to open up for you as the year progresses. Are you looking for another job, Tisha?
Right now I'm disabled. I recently lost my husband, and that's why the move came in.
Right.
And I'm just, and I'm recently, like 7 months ago, and somebody else is trying to talk to me, and I don't know if I should even continue talking to this person because it doesn't feel right.
Well, if it doesn't feel right, sweetie, just stop right there. If it doesn't feel right, then don't continue it. If something feels uncomfortable to you, then it's wrong. It doesn't necessarily mean that just because it's only been 7 months. 7 months in the scheme of things of losing the love of your life is very short. It's like it happened yesterday. And, don't be hard on yourself. Being widowed is one of the hardest things in your life that you'll ever experience. Can I suggest that you get a book out of the library called On Death and Dying by Dr. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross? That will help you understand the different stages of grief. I'm not saying that your husband's not around you in spirit and that it isn't seeing everything that's happening, but when he passed, was it sudden? Because I just sort of feel as if he's sharing me with an energy with me that he was yanked out of the road, like he was yanked through to the other side and he wasn't ready to go.
He had a stroke a year and a half ago and complications from a stroke, and I don't know what took him. They just told me he stopped breathing.
Right. But he was sharing with me, I don't think it's necessarily then when he passed. He's sharing with me he was yanked into this. So I'm going to go back to when he first had the stroke. He wasn't expecting this, he wasn't expecting his life to change drastically like that. And the energy that he's sharing with me is he felt cheated, like he 1 minute and then yanked the next, gone, like that's how he's presenting it. So no wonder they showed me the emotional stuff for 2023, 2024. You've been through the mill. And sweetie, it's understandable to sort of want to have that connection with him now that he's gone, because we all want some sort of proof from the other side that they're there, they're with us, and all these sort of things. Darling, in my experience, sometimes it can take years before they're strong enough to be able to come through from the other side and share something with us. And it's not because they don't want to. You've got to understand that they're upset too, that they've gone and they've left you. And sometimes it's hard for them to be able to come through and make an emotional connection. I feel he will start to come through to you, and I think he will start to come through to you in a dream sense, that you'll sort of, you'll wake up and you'll sort of say to yourself, that can't have been a dream. It felt so real. You know, there we were doing something that was so familiar, you know, at a time in our lives when we were so happy. That'll be his way of letting you know it's him. If at any time something feels uncomfortable, just start reciting something like the Lord's Prayer. Even if you can only remember the Lord's Prayer, that doesn't matter. That just sort of neutralizes any negative energy. I know he's around you. I know he loves you. And he's not able to sort of say very much, but he just gave me a beautiful big pink heart to give you. So I'm going to take from that he's not unhappy in any way with any choices or decisions that you needed to make. He's happy with all that. But they were showing me before that there was more income coming in, and that's why I asked whether you were looking for another job, because there's a new income source coming to you later in this year.
Okay. Yeah, his child was...
Yeah, I was just going to say it might be something that you can manage to do from home that sort of just gives you a little bit of extra cash flow.
Yes.
And that's good. But, darling, no, he's with you. He's okay. You know, obviously he doesn't want to be there, but he is okay. He is with you. He's watching over you. What about a chair? Was there a particular chair that he used to like? He's showing me a chair.
Yes.
Yeah, well, he's telling me to put the chair in the corner on the angle. Don't sit it so that it looks normal. He wants it on an angle. Did he like to be different, did he?
Yes.
Yeah, well, he wants you to put it on the angle, sort of as if, you know, it's taking up a lot of space, but that's where he wants it, and that's where he's going to sit and admire you, he tells me.
All right.
Okay, sweetie, that's where I've got to leave it. I've got to move on to the next call, but please know that he's around you and he loves you, and it's been lovely to talk to you. We're going to talk with Beth now in Hinestown, Louisiana. Are you there, Beth? And I've probably pronounced where you live in the wrong way.
It's okay. It's Hineston, Louisiana, and I'm great. How about yourself?
Good. Do you have a question I can answer for you, darling?
Sure. I'm just wondering if me and my girlfriend are ever going to get married and we're going to progress in this relationship, or where's it going, and financially am I ever going to be okay, I guess.
Okay, so sure. So with your girlfriend, is she the one that's sort of dragging the chain about getting married? Because I just sort of feel as much as she loves you, it's sort of almost like she's terrified of making that commitment, as if, you know, if we do that, we might ruin it.
Yeah, I think it's that, and I think it's a lot of influences from her family.
Oh, I would totally agree with that, but I was just sort of tuning into her energy, and it was sort of like, you know, she was terrified she was going to lose or ruin this amazing connection with you by making a commitment. Look, I do feel you will get married. I don't think it's going to be this year. I think this year is going to be a year of really sorting out who you are as a couple, where you're going, and sort of getting to the bottom of some of these sort of insecurities. Sweetie, I wish I could say that her family would sort of all of a sudden, you know, turn the corner and be happy for you both, but I don't know that that's ever likely to happen in the way that you both need it to. I think you're going to need to rise above that and sort of say, well, look, they're entitled to their opinion. We're entitled to ours. We're entitled to our happiness. If they don't want to acknowledge that or be part of that, well, that's their choice. I think they'll slowly start to come around, but I don't know that there'll ever be totally full acceptance. Some people sort of just never can get their head around that love is love. It doesn't matter which way it formulates. Love is still love, and it's still pure and beautiful. And they have these preconceived ideas of what they think the perfect love situation looks like. And if it doesn't fit into that, then it's all wrong. So, but I know that she's gaining strength every single day. She is getting stronger in herself. There is going to be some changes for her this year in the second half of this year where she's going to take a new job, and that actually influences and helps her with her confidence in herself. Once she starts to sort of go into that role and starts to become more successful with it, we're going to see that spill over into your private life, where she's sort of more open about who she is and what she stands for, and not so much standing up to her family, but just sort of letting them know in a gentle but definite way, this is my choice, this is what I want, this is the person that I love, I'm in love with Beth, we're going to spend the rest of our lives together. You can either be happy for us and come on the journey with us, or if you don't, that's okay. You know, we're going to do it anyway. And I feel that it's a non-confrontational sort of way that they sort of become a little bit more accepting. I don't say they welcome you with open arms, but they're certainly more receptive than what they were in the past, which is a good thing. Now, going on to your finances, this year's going to be a little bit of an up and down year financially, and it's not because of bad management, Beth. It's because you're trying to get on top of everything and get everything sort of into a manageable sort of sequence of events that you can start to sort of make progress on a financial front. I think 2025 will see you reap the rewards of what you've laid down in 2023, 2024, and then we start to gain the financial rewards there in 2025. Are the two of you looking to buy a house together or buy a property together?
No, she already has a piece of property and a home she acquired after a bad accident.
Yeah, but I can see another property. I can see another property, and I see it as being something that you jointly do together. You pick it together. I don't think it's going to be this year. I feel it's going to be next year, but I do feel towards the end of this year, the two of you are planning your life together, like planning your marriage, planning the ceremony. It may not take place this year, but it will next year. And I just feel with that comes the discussion of a new property, of something that we're going to call our home, not something that she already previously owned. And it's a good step forward. So this is what you'll be working towards financially, of getting yourself financially set up. And then this will be sort of one of the blessings that come from all the hard effort that you're putting in as far as your finance is concerned. Anyway, Beth, that's where we've got to leave it. We've come to the end of the show. It's always very interesting as we talk with people from around the world and their issues and the things that bother them. And look, there's many, many people that have had loss and heartache, and that's why I quite often recommend that book on the show, On Death and Dying by Dr. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. Best book there is on the subject, and it's something that's in every library around the world. So this week I want to leave you with a song that's very dear to my heart, and it's a song that it's been one of my favourite songs, and I have lots of favourite songs, but this particular one goes back about over 40 odd years ago now. And the very, very first time I heard this song, it made my heart sing, and it was something that I just thought it was the most beautiful love song, and a song that sort of touched many people around the world. It's by Doug Ashtown, and the song is called Winter in America, and it's just one of the most beautiful love ballads that I've ever heard in my lifetime. So if you get a chance, check it out on your devices. Wherever you find your music, it's something that I quite often put on my turntable, is Doug Ashtown and Winter in America. So I hope winter's not too severe in America for you this year, for all our friends in the USA. Here in Australia, we're melting still in the middle of a heat wave, so we could do with a little bit of your cold winter weather sort of heading our way, just to cool things down just a tad. So until next week, enjoy Doug Ashtown and Winter in America. Bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psychic.